Hello, everybody. Welcome to the May Planning Commission meeting. I'd ask if you're on Zoom just to make sure that your microphone is muted. Otherwise, if you would, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll begin with roll call. Warren Shaw, present. Bill Minsky, here. Ben Thorne, here. Sarah Wingert, here. Stephen Maples, here. Roddy Gavin, present, and James Rath will be absent tonight. Okay, and then next order of business is approval of the April meeting minutes. They were distributed. Any comments on the minutes? Seeing none, I will take a motion to approve. Thank you. Thank you. Moving to a vote, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a busy agenda tonight. So just to kind of do a reminder on our operating rules and how things go here, we'll call applicants up one at a time. If there is a public comment open, I will open the floor, have people come up one at a time. There's a lot of people here to speak for any given item. We may end up having Eric circulate a list. When you do come up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. I'll have a timer on. I'll raise my finger 2 minutes just to try and give you a friendly heads up that your time's going. And then that's how we'll work through public comment. So thank you very much. Other than that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 agenda items today. I'm going to call for the first order of business from old business, PLPC 2024-0016 for 624 to 626 Second Avenue. Hi. Hello. Welcome back. I just wanted to ask if you would go over any of the changes from the proposal last month and addressing the comments you received.
Sure. So there was a request to add a tree, which is now shown in the backyard. There was a request to revise the parking area to actually decrease by 1 spot and to kind of increase the amount of space allocated to the garbage collection. So that was revised. We showed some sort of kind of barrier in the form of boulders at this point to prohibit people from driving their car onto the backyard. There were revisions to the windows as well as the front elevation. I think that's pretty much all that was asked for. There was also clarification about the ownership of the property. The owners are remaining the same. The current owner is just forming a new LLC with somebody else, but ownership is not really changing. And I've been authorized as the design professional to act on, as the applicant to have the current owner. Continuing.
Okay, thank you. Before we do any public comment, were there commissioner questions or comments you wanted to offer?
Yes, I have a question. We mentioned last time possibly putting planters in front of the lower windows on the street, mainly because they act as barriers for like security. I mean, it might be a good thing. It's not really great to have apartments on the first floor, but maybe some kind of a planter, below the window might help.
Do you mean on the sidewalk or hanging from the window?
Well, either one, but something. I mean, it could be floating off the sidewalk attached to the building, but if it's, between the sill and the sidewalk, it might help.
Yeah, I think a window planter we can recommend if it's something you want in the public right away on the sidewalk. Maybe that's a different concern.
Well, it could be attached to the building, so
Okay.
therefore it's,
Can-
part of this, on this side.
And recommend it to the owners.
Sure. Good question, just to be open to including it.
I suppose we'd be open to including it. I think that, I mean, to be honest, it seems like something that's just gonna be vandalized. But if we feel like that's gonna keep someone from going in the window, I'm sure we can give it a shot.
Anything else, one?
And one other thing is you had five parking spaces, now you have four. And you have the trash in the kind of the pedestrian way in the middle there. Is there some delineation so that it doesn't just become a drawing? Is it like a little curve or is it a stripe? Otherwise, it's just on the drawing and then people just park where,
For the parking spots,
for that center area for the trash and that circulation space.
well, I think that the garbage corral is gonna be something that's kind of permanently,
So it's a physical,
Fixed, yeah.
something to define
Yeah.
that. That's all I.
Steven, just to follow up, we had a comment about, open door to the hole in the back. I don't know if you had a chance to follow up on that.
now, I didn't have a chance to go look at whatever holes in the back, but. I mean, it's gonna be a significant construction zone, and there's gonna be dumpsters and things staged in the back, so I think there's gonna be multiple holes in the yard at some point, and the whole yard would be topsoil fixed, replanted, all that, including, maybe we'll put the tree in the hole.
There you go.
I have no question.
Anyone else? Nothing. So, for action items, we'll need seeker, determination of significance and site plan approval. Correct, if you'll, eyes on this, you wanted to say something?
I'm sorry,
Did you want to say something, Rick?
I believe this is the type two.
Unlisted, it was on this,
You were listed.
unlisted.
The declaration.
Yep. Okay, so before that though, we will open for public comment. Has anyone come for this agenda item for 624 through 626? I see one hand up. Feel free to come on up to the podium.
I think I already submitted stuff already to you folks.
If you could start with your name and address.
I'm
for
sorry,
record.
my name is Sherry Harrison, and I live at 622 Second Avenue. So I'm adjacent to the building where they're proposing to do this project.
Just make sure you're using the mic.
Okay.
That way it goes in the record and you can capture it for minutes. Is it on there?
Yeah, you can detach it.
If you want to pull the mic right out of the stand, feel free. There you go. That
And so
works.
I've lived in this area for like 30 years, so I kind of know the area. And I heard you mention something about him putting a planner in for window, you're talking about windows and vandalism. And I really don't see a need for a 4 apartment complex in that area. If you go down to 750, they're putting 100 and some odd apartments down there. And on the other side, there's, on both sides of 100, I think it's 15th and 117th, there's problem areas there. I've been through a lot of land laws, and I know that these particular folks, they don't have any respect for the community, because if they did, they would be there doing something about all the problems there now. The roof is collapsing. I know that a year ago, they said they were gonna do something. Nothing's done. I wanna do some work on my building, but I can't because the roof is collapsing, and the contractor says that he cannot do the work because the roof fell and there's some metal hanging off the side of my house, so I guess I'm gonna be responsible for moving that. And I don't think if you're trying to revive that area, I don't know if you, I don't know how you relate to like the economic development team and code, because I've spoken to, folks in both those areas. And I don't know what your connections are, how your communications is with them, but in terms of reviving that area, I don't think a 4 unit complex in that building, is the answer. You have to change the image of that area, and putting a 4 unit complex there is not the answer. You already got 2 problem areas that they can't seem to fix. So I don't know how you figure this is gonna solve the problem in terms of reviving the area and making it a better place to live. If you want to make that area a better place to live, then I suggest what would be better there is to build a couple of places that people can own. That way they'll respect the area a little bit better and the image would be different. So those were some of the concerns I had. And also, what about all runoff? How am I gonna access my apartment? You're not gonna put that trash thing next to the fence because I've had that problem before. It smells, it stinks. I have a litany of all the times I called code about things in that area. Like I said, I'm concerned about the people that are managing that property. I don't even know who owns it anymore. I know the two guys are working together,
You're just about 3 minutes.
okay. When I raised concerns to whoever owns the building initially, he told me to mind my business. So that's already setting up a contentious relationship. The guy who he's proposing to sell it to, he has properties all over the place. He has aliases, names. We don't need another SRO, another problem apartment complex in that area when they can't seem to fix the other two on the other side of the street.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this? Anyone on Zoom, Eric? If you're on Zoom and you want to comment on this, please use the raise hand feature or function.
Where's the owners tonight? Same way they'll be absent.
Okay, seeing nobody else for public comment, can I have a motion to adjourn or close public comment?
I'll motion.
Thank you. I'll second. Thank you. I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Would you like to address any of the?
Not sure that,
You don't have to, just offering you an opportunity if you want.
Can I just say one more thing?
No, I'm sorry. Public comments closed.
I think it's unnecessary, then no, I'm not gonna respond.
Understood. What I will offer, just as we have a couple times as a body, this commission does not generate the proposals that we receive. Property owners submit applications for projects. And if it's an approved or permitted use under the zoning ordinance, we review them and we try to encourage the best use within that development. Just wanted to offer that. Okay, so with public comment closed, if there's nothing else, the next action we would take is on seeker. So we would need a determination of significance, whether it's positive or negative.
If I can interrupt, maybe it's helpful for me to respond to one of the comments regarding the roof, and that is that the roof being fixed and replaced is part of this project, and it's been stabilized, but it's not able to be fully repaired and replaced until this process is complete and we're able to receive a building permit for the project. So the building has been stabilized to the best of our ability without full planning board approval and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
So that's what.
All good?
I think I would just add also, just for more context, that the planning commission works as best as we can with code enforcement, but we are distinct entities. Honestly, I think for good reasons, but that also means that there's limited amount of what we can do in terms of how that is how code enforcement is conducted. I think that's just an important to add to the conversation.
Appreciate that, Steve. Sure.
Due to the comments made, is there any guarantee or whatever that would control how the garbage is collected and stored so that it doesn't stink up the neighbors?
Well, the garbage is currently in the middle of the parcel,
Yeah.
so it can't get any further away from a neighbor's lot line,
But in
and
terms
it
of
faces the alley.
what kind of a container, is it just going to be the trash cans lined up, or is it going to be in some kind of an enclosure?
I suppose we can propose to provide some sort of enclosure, but I believe it's also the garbage cans that are provided by the city, is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm not totally sure.
That is correct.
which have lids. And are, I believe they're connected to the containers, right?
Yep.
So I think it's less likely that they'd be kind of the old school kind of lids flying down the alley, things like that. But one of the revisions was to move the garbage from the side of the parcel.
Yeah, I remember that. I just, that's the one thing that we can possibly make better, from the plan that's here. So I was just hoping that, as much as possible, it can be enclosed so there's no smell, especially in the summer.
It could be a stipulation of a site plan approval. Enclosure to be built.
I'm not sure we can provide something that fully encapsulates any odors, but we can certainly provide some sort of structure that keeps the garbage cans corralled in one location. I mean, I think it's unreasonable. I think we're gonna build an airtight, sealed container for garbage.
I think you'd also have to coordinate with the sanitation department, because they may not be able to pick up.
But I think the
what
idea is
they're
that
willing to do.
the trash is staged and on trash day, the garbage cans get pulled out,
So it would be
put
pulled out.
on the alley.
I have a comment.
Sure.
I think that it would, not be a hardship at all, to add a note to the site plan, particularly because it does not have topography on it. That the grass area will be finished graded to provide, surface drainage to the alley. And provide a consistently sloped surface from the building to the alley, which should address any concerns of holes in the yard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I have none. I just would encourage the owners listening to the concerns of the lady who lives next door, that they recognize that they live in a community and addressing concerns when they're raised makes some sense. I'm not here to lecture the owners, but it's good neighbors that can lead to the resolution of everything that I heard from the person who spoke. And it is in the interest of the neighborhood to take vacant property and put it back to life. That will help everyone, and you can make it very clear to everybody by showing them that you're good neighbors. That's all I was.
Okay, I will make a motion that we issue a negative declaration on the secret. Second. Thank you. Moving to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so next action would be site plan approval. So there's been a couple comments about the amendments to the site plan before us. If somebody cares to make a motion, including those comments. So the grading and the trash corral.
I make a motion, to approve the proposed site plan with the two stipulations that. Thank you. Okay, that, building mounted planters be provided on the front facade, that there be an enclosure for the city issued garbage cans, and that the grading in the grass area, be identified on the site plan for record purposes to provide, gentle slope, to allow for surface drainage to the alley.
Second. Thank you. Moving to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. You have approval.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, the next agenda item today is for PLPC 2024-0009 for 1819 Fifth Avenue. Hello.
So I believe after the last meeting that we attended, there was some discussion about adjusting the lot lines on the property.
If,
Oh, can you
yeah,
not hear me?
just make sure you're going right into the mic.
I believe at the conclusion of the last meeting we attended, there was discussion about adjusting the lot lines on the property, which we have done to follow the physical attributes of the building on lot 2. Additionally, there was discussion about providing an easement, which would allow lot 2 to access lot 1's driveway in the event of an emergency or for maintenance purposes, which we have provided. I understand there might have been some confusion about the easement that we provided for this month's meeting. It does include the entire driveway, and we can adjust it to include the maintenance language as requested.
Has council reviewed the easement? And
Yeah.
you'll need the microphone.
Easement that I reviewed is only for emergency egress. It does not include any provisions for regular maintenance. It basically cuts off the building, the main building, from any access on a regular basis, except for the front of the building. It also cuts it off from the alley due to the subdivision, so. You guys need to decide whether or not that creates future problems or not.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like there's still some easement issues. I was just looking through the record to see where we left off with actions on this. We did declare lead agency. I don't think we had ever, declared the application complete. Eric, do you know if I'm missing anything in previous minutes?
No, I don't believe you declared the application complete as yet.
Okay,
I think under the code, the application is not complete until after you've either a negative declaration has been declared or an EIS has been filed.
our preliminary action that we've been taking, we have not had the seeker determined yet. I mean, for us to determine on seeker, we need a complete application.
The under the way the code is written, 285-18. The F2B subdivision plat shall not be considered complete until a negative declaration has been, that's the plat itself, okay? It's not been considered complete until negative declaration or until EIS.
So specific to subdivisions as opposed to other action, site plan reviews. Gotcha. Okay, it's a bit of a confusing one for us, but
Sorry.
no, that's all, it is what it is. So at this point, we would have to first take action on seeker. This is type 1, so we'll need a negative or positive declaration first. And then, do we open public comment then prior to this?
You can open public comment. Doing this before, it's pretty tough.
I know, and first time going through some subdivision work here on the new zoning ordinance.
So one thing you need to be aware of that before completion of your review, before you're finally complete, you need to refer to the zoning board for the area variances
Mhm.
that you identify as being required.
Mm.
So
Or we could condition upon zoning approval.
the, once you, open public comment, then you have 62 days to complete your review. Okay, so I think you can open public comment, once you declare the application complete, but the subdivision plat itself may not be complete until you complete the secret. That's the way it's written.
We need to address that. Okay, so it sounds like our very first action has to be determination of significance under seeker.
If you're satisfied with the application as it stands now.
Sure. So I do want to address some of the things that I've noted from reviewing, reviewing the application. There are some, I don't know if you want to call them necessary variances or just incongruities with the zoning. So the subdivision of these plots would result in a couple issues as I see them. First, your building frontage for, I think it's lot 1, will have a 0% frontage along Fifth. And the code requirement is for 80% of the building to front along Fifth. That structure, which is currently the accessory structure, would, by separating it into its own plot, become the primary structure for the lot, which is in compliance with the code. I think there's also some considerations the board should give to consistency with comprehensive plan, some of the easement issues raised about access, maintenance, health and safety, and then both zoning and seeker handbook implore us or require that we consider precedent set by these actions. So not just what this immediate effect is, but what future effects could be or what cumulative impacts could exist, and especially sensitive within the historic district. So these are some things that weighed on me when I was going through it. I think that this proposal is problematic. I think that moving forward, if we were to allow subdivision here, we could set a precedent which encourages additionally similar subdivision throughout the district, which could have compounding effect of density changes if future buildings go in or
They're against this one.
inconsistent.
It went
design.
off?
If you're on Zoom, please.
No, it didn't go off.
Microphone, Eric.
It's their thing. What's it do? What do you do?
Thank you. And again, there's the glaring issues of the non-compliant area requirements or architectural guidelines for this development district. Anyone else? I know we all kind of were discussing it last time and trying to articulate what the issues we felt were.
Yeah, and then unfortunately I wasn't able to be here for that one. So I actually share a lot of your concerns. We're explicitly, called to protect the existing character and pattern of development, preserve and enhance cultural resources. That's our explicit criteria, and I'm not terribly convinced that this subdivision would do those things. And quite frankly, I'm kind of left with a question, and maybe, I don't know if you will have, as the representative, have the answer, but my question is, what does this do that some other legal instrument would not? Like, why specifically do we need to do this specific action of subdividing versus some other legal instrument?
I can't speak to why the property owner decided to pursue this route. That was their decision. They assumed it would be potentially to be able to split off the lots for sale in the future. But I don't want to speak on behalf of the property owner. I honestly do not have an answer on their behalf.
Thank you. It just, it's just one of these things that strikes me as like, I'm just not, I'm kind of.
We did touch on it a little bit at the last meeting. It was the discussion surrounded sale of either lot independently, different tax tax potentials for the different lots if one is used for business versus residential, things like that are possibilities.
And I can understand that, but, then at that point, I kind of go back to I'm not really convinced that, especially the issues that you talked about with, access to the frontage, access to the alley. It does not seem, in my judgment, to protect that character in the pattern of development. And I'll leave it at that.
And if I could jump in, the environmental assessment form provides a space for the applicant to explain their purpose. And in the absence of hearing any purpose of this, and that makes any sense, and all of the risks that Ronnie just pointed to in terms of its impact, in terms of separating a unitary historic property into two properties and how that could impact other properties in the future. I think we need to know what's this all about? What is the objective for this? And maybe if there's something that makes sense, we could consider, but in the absence of that, all of these concerns suggest to me that this is just a ill-conceived idea. Right?
So I'd offer for context, the imminent action is the seeker. So if we were inclined to give a positive declaration, the applicant could generate, and should generate an environmental impact study. We could review that to see how, if at all, they're able to mitigate these concerns. Then, we can do subsequent review prior to making a decision on the subdivision. So just procedurally, that's how it would shake out in the avenue of a pos deck. If it were a neg deck, then we're asserting that there's no significant adverse environmental impacts, and it falls simply to our authority to approve or deny the subdivision itself.
Chairman, I have a question.
Sure.
It's a little bit unusual, to have a property line match the building foundation. You know, now we have 0 lot lines here in the city, no question. But when you purposely have the lot line follow the foundation line, and if maintenance is required, just routine maintenance that's not deemed an emergency, what would compel the new property owner of lot 1 to allow the owner of lot 2 to access their building to repair? In other words, to purposely set up a condition where you couldn't legitimately or reasonably work on your building, that's a little bit unusual. What would be the reason for that, would you say?
Well, we have actually stated our intent to change the easement language to allow maintenance on lot 2's property from lot 1's driveway. So we have conceded that that is certainly.
But if you'll note, for example, this follows the building foundation. Just the overhang from the roof is now an encroachment.
We adjusted the lot line to match the physical features of the building at the commission's suggestion of last.
So in other words, where we see it touching these other areas, there's no encroachment with these various features that you had.
No, not to my belief. The surveyor went and followed the physical features of the building, so there'd be a distinction where the building ends and where the lot begins, the lot line.
It's just a very unusual thing to do on purpose. if you know.
I believe that the purple line is actually following the edge of the paved driveway surface. Because lot 2 includes the area of some shrub lining the building, the steps reaching the building, and the land on which the air conditioning equipment sits, which is beyond the foundation of the building. I would think.
Well, my thought is, for example, the Bilco door. I mean, that's gonna be right. So
Any of that would be.
yeah, so it's a little bit unusual to set this up right off the bat for conflict. Go ahead. Do you have any insight as to why the configuration is what it is?
Specifically the lot line.
Well, in other words, I'm just using that, in other words, the air conditioning pad. The lot line's right there. The Bilco door, the lot line's right there. So just for routine access, they're gonna need permission just to use the Bilco door.
I believe our first version of the survey did leave space between those physical objects and the lot line, but we were advised that it would be preferable if we changed the lot line to reflect those physical features. Exactly.
I guess
fundamental question. Or one of the fundamental questions is, why isn't the easement, or why doesn't the easement go with the parcel that needs the access? Whereas the ownership of the land goes with the parcel that currently has access, you know what I mean? So in other words, you want to sever the carriage house, and that will need access to Fifth Avenue. So you could have just given an easement to the carriage house and allowed an unrestricted ingress and egress. And then you would have alleviated all the concerns with access to the main building. And a lot of the concerns about whether or not the character of that building is preserved when it doesn't own the land over which it has to enter the Bilko doors or the patio or anything else. I'm just looking.
I have a question about how land is sold, in these historic blocks that have carriage houses on them. If someone owns the house and wants to sell the carriage house, or vice versa, they want to keep the carriage house and sell the house, does the property line, a new property line have to be established at that point? Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't see why they can't just have an easement.
I think there's a question about the concept on the whole. The easement is, you know, a specific aspect of it. But to me, we all seem to be circling the question of why. And I remind us also, we have two hats. We are the planning commission. We are also, per zoning, the historic district and landmarks review commission. So it is our duty to also consider the historic nature of that neighborhood and weigh that in our deliberation. This seems to be an emblem of the historic character of Troy, one of the properties that really represents the city of Troy. I think what we're doing poses a great risk and potential to change that character. So, I don't know, I feel like we're going around and around. Anyone?
Are we prepared to
Sure,
entertain motions?
sure.
I would introduce a motion to declare positive declaration.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, moving to a vote, we'll go one by one. Warren?
Can you repeat the motion?
It's for a positive declaration so that there will be adverse environmental impacts for seeker.
I vote yes.
Bill?
So do I.
Suzanne?
Yes,
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen? Yes. I also vote yes. So, per that, you would have to develop, an EIS and submit that for the planning commission to review, and then we could make further, consideration about how you offset potential adverse impacts. I have a write-up of specific, qualities that should be addressed. I can provide that through Eric and he can communicate it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have to table to a specific point? I guess we could set a specific, next month if you felt you'd be able to develop an EIS by that point. Or we could just table indefinitely.
I believe it would probably be preferable to table indefinitely until we're able to provide that.
Okay, all right, so I will make a motion that we table, PLPC 2024-0009, until the applicant reapproaches city staff to come back on the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item is PLPC 2024-0008 for 125 River Street. It's the Taylor 2 apartments. Bear with us here on Zoom. We're getting our presentation loaded up on the laptop and they'll share their screen. Fly over. Bring it back over. Tripod over. Is it the same presentation that we have?
Yes, we provided the PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah. It should also just go to
The computer's updating unfortunately, right? So.
the classic Windows.
So,
That's awesome.
not us.
So, try to join the meeting with this.
Sorry for the delay, folks.
Are we in that part? Are we on the? Is that all that? I think you can copy the file. You can copy the file on. I need to copy the file on the US. No, you have your presentation. Don't have it. As soon as you provide it to me, you got off.
That would be a good time if everybody needs to use the restroom. I just tried it, and I did. Said I had a while. I do.
You want to share? You don't have access to their Google.
I haven't done.
They have a presentation.
Oh. Yeah. I do have that. So if you want me to go on the Zooms and then share it, or you want me to? Yeah, that's probably. That's it. No, no, contaminated. So that, is that got a couple file? Yeah.
Is that the PowerPoint? It's still all your information. No. He hasn't downloaded it. We just didn't have it.
On PowerPoint. Got it.
This is what I love. I'll cheat you.
Shut up, right?
Sign in or create an account.
On what, Microsoft Office 365? You could open it in Google PowerPoint or whatever. It is. Docs, slides. If you guys are still struggling there, Eric, say you could share it.
Yeah. Yeah, please, sir. Yeah. Exactly. Should be the same. If you just go to our website.
All right, looks like we're in business.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name again is Noah Freiberg. I'm a senior developer with Penrose. We're here on behalf of Penrose and Troy Housing Authority for Taylor Phase 2. We were here last time in March, and the result of that meeting was that the city wanted more information to keep the application complete. So between that meeting and today, we spent a lot of time with city staff, and we'd like to thank them for all their help getting us here today. We have a lot more information, a presentation, and the goal for tonight's meeting is hopefully to be deemed complete to continue the process forward. So we talked a little bit at the beginning of last meeting about overall schedule. I just wanted to touch on it again, just so you're all familiar. This is a little, it's a little tight, you know. That's better, just for this slide. So, so you can see we are here. Taylor 1 is about 60% complete construction. We are tentatively scheduled to complete in October of this year. At that time, in collaboration with the Housing Authority and HUD, we'd be looking to offer a first preference for the residents of current Taylor 3 and 4 to move into the new Taylor Phase 1 building. And then we anticipate being fully leased for Phase 1 in the spring of next year. While Taylor 1 is being completed, we are currently going through the entitlements process right now. And in the near future, we will get started on the design process that we need in order to develop the plans necessary to submit for our financing in the fall of this year. And then we are looking at a closing, a tentative financial closing of third quarter of next year. And that is about a 2-year construction period, which is very similar to Phase 1. This is a thought schedule what we're planning for to be leased Phase 2, which is the current Phase 3 and 4 buildings, Q2 of 2028. And so with that, I will turn it over to Roger to talk about the site plan.
Good evening, Roger Keating from Lavella Associates. Just do a quick overview once again of the existing site plan, just so that we have our orientation correct here. Bottom of the page is the Hudson River. The top of the page is River Street. In the middle is where the existing bridges are, or the bridge and the ramps are. Division Street, the south side, and which is page right, and north being Congress Street. As part of the project, we'll be demolishing the buildings at 3 and 4, as well as the accessory building. We talked about that at the last meeting, but just wanted to bring that forward once again, just when we're looking at the plans. And then we did just put this quick slide together just because we thought it was important to just help reinforce the project's location as it relates to the bus routes and a lot of the services that are in and around the project site. Once again, it provides a great location for this use. and easy access to public transit and well within walking distance of lots of other facilities and services in the area. When we were before the board last time, there was a lot of comments about what we're doing for landscaping, how we're addressing some of the site amenities. So we worked with the landscape architect team to really go through and update the plan a lot more from what you saw last time out. We also, on this particular image, put the building floor plan on the view, just so that everybody has a sense for what the units matrix looks like. And what you see here is a lot of green space been introduced into the project. We've incorporated the walkways that are going down along each side of the building in between where the bridge is and the proposed new structures to create those pathways and walkways with benches, and landscaping and trees. We have site amenities that are included throughout. So along Front Street, you see some of those orange colors and things, you know, those different shading there. Those represent a lot of the proposed playgrounds and site amenities for the tenants, as well as ample seating areas, you know, throughout the center of the building areas here. So that's a combination of benches and game boards and things, gaming areas for the tenants, as well as some community garden areas located here on the bottom of the page. Just to give a sense for what the different type of tree palette and planting palette is for the site. So we had on the previous plan, the rendering that showed where all the tree locations and such are. We wanted to show a wide variety of different types of trees that will provide color and interest throughout the season, as well as our shrubs and our planting palette that we look to do for our stormwater management areas on the site for the rain gardens along the bottom of the page. And then just a few other things here as it pertains to some of the site amenities, as we mentioned, you know, the gaming tables, the benches, picnic tables, some sort of playground equipment, as well as some hardscapes to show you the different types of surfaces that we would propose throughout. So granite paths, the rubberized surfaces for the play areas, as well as contrasting with concrete. And just to, I'll let John take over here in a moment, but this is a rendering that was similar to the previous ones that you had seen from the original concept. And we thought it was good to bring that kind of back so you can see how it all comes together when we, you know, updated the plans, added the landscaping and everything. We've incorporated an area on the roof as it was talked about at the last meeting to really see about how we could get, you know, a green roof or bring people to the roof. And so we've also added that to the plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to John, who's going to kind of go through all the different building elements. So with John.
So my name is John Wolfling from Dayton Architects. I've been working on this project since 2020. You know, some of you were here when we first came with this group, and you have some history with this project. I would like to discuss some of the overall urban planning goals and strategies that we have for the project. One is that the Congress Street Bridge is supposed to get reconfigured, and this current rendering shows what it's going to be in its future state. The site plan that Roger showed you earlier also accommodates the current state of the bridge, the current bridge and the future bridge. And that's actually, it was a real planning challenge for us. But I think we've come up with a site plan that really achieves that. And there's easements, there's all sorts of restrictions that go along with that that have really shaped this. There's sewer easements, there's stormwater easements along the south property. So it seems like a very big site, but there's a lot of restrictions to it. Another one of our urban planning principles is to bring that historic downtown further south. And that is actually made really possible by the reconfiguration of ramps and this bridge reconfiguration. So that's one of our core principles of this. And we're doing that in a couple different ways. And I think actually the design guidelines, the architectural guidelines and the feedback that we got from staff is very much in line with our thinking. And as I go through this, what I'd like to do is respond to those comments and convey to you some of the ideas that we have about how that all works. So this, on the right-hand side, you see our current palette. And that palette is really sympathetic to the existing fabric and the existing urban fabric, very brick, kind of an aged and a brick that has some history to it. And that's also in keeping with our phase one building, the first building was in construction right now that has no brick on it yet, but it's going to have a very similar look. There is some panel work that's going to be cement panels that will bring some differentiation to the building. And what you see in these elevations, and I recognize that you're looking at flat representations of what you see here in the model as very curved forms. For the architects in the room, I'm sure you appreciate drawing something curved and flat. It's very challenging. We've added some shadows to this to try to do that. But what I think you also see here is that articulation that we have between the base of the building, the middle of the building, and the top of the building. What we've done to articulate the top of the building is provide larger windows and a change in material. So a lot like this building, the upper floor has a differentiation in the fenestration with the arched openings at the top. So we are doing something, I think, very subtle, but in keeping with kind of classical architectural design rules. Other things that we're doing is we are picking up on that historic fabric that's just to the north of us, just to the north of Congress Street, which is this kind of tripartite bay spacing of the buildings and the stores. So what you see here, and it's probably easier to see in the model, what we've done in the building plan is taken that curve and we've kind of fluttered it. We've kind of peeled away, every 3 bays, we peel away a portion of the facade so that it gets that kind of rhythm, that 3-bay rhythm that runs down that long length of facade. And we've grouped that, the windows in a way that works with that. And that same material change that you see across the facade coordinates with those changes as well. So I think it's meeting the spirit of the design guidelines. And it's a contemporary building facade that is using the same historic design principles that you see throughout the downtown historic district. It's the south building. See the courtyard design. This is actually probably a little bit easier to see because there isn't so much shadow on this. But here you see a lot of the same principles. We do have a primarily brick portion, which is the straight flat portion, which happens at the corners. At the building 2, we have the same thing. This primarily brick portion here is what's happening at the north end, which I think has a real affinity and relationship with the building across the street, which has really influenced our design, both in the Taylor 1 building and this phase of it. Yours is.
Yep, I can,
Okay,
close with that. I didn't know if you wanted to do anything else.
No, I think I hit all the main points. Yeah, talking about phase. Well, actually, sorry, one other thing. Sorry. Another one of the comments that was in the staff review was to highlight building entrances, which we have done here as well, larger glass openings. And another one of the comments was about transparency. We didn't do the calculations on these drawings, but these early drawings do comply, we will comply with that. There's a lot of details that have to go into these drawings before we are at working drawings, construction drawings, but we will comply with that 60% for the storefront and 50% for the residential. So there's not a problem with that, meeting that metric. That's in the site. And there's some other comments about setting rooftop mechanical back with parapets. We're going to do that. Obviously, we have to do that so it's in the street. And yeah, that's. I know I addressed many of the comments, multiple comments, just got one comment, but several small comments. Anyway, behind everything else.
Sure, just closing here, just We know we're going through the process, so we're just continuing to bullet point some of the items here as we're moving forward. We're in the secret process with you now. We're doing site plan review with approvals. And then we will need to go to the ZBA. There are some variances, but we've been working with staff to, look at how we can reduce those. And, Eric, we've gone through the list. We've cut that list in half based upon, what we've, been able to do with respect to, making revisions to the plan. So, with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, for any questions or comments the board might have.
Thank you. Just want to start by also thanking city staff. The staff notes on this are tremendous. There's clearly been a lot of work reviewing this before it even reaches us, and just really appreciative of the notes that we have before us. Really helps us to hone in on some of the things to talk through and figure out on the application. So I guess I'm really curious to hear the other commissioners' comments and before I, offer any of my thoughts. Turn it over to you guys. We can go around the table if we want. That sound good? Warren, you want to start us off?
Yes, so if and when the straightening of the bridge, the reconfiguration of the bridge happens, which is not your project, you will be left with these triangular spaces kind of west of the building. I'm just wondering, in the future, whose site will that be? How can we guarantee somehow that it's developed correctly? Is it gardens? Is it paths? I don't.
Yeah, so again, road reconfiguration is not our project, but we've been working closely with their team as to what the road elevations and things like that will look like, so we can, make sure that we're factoring those things into our design, not only for it to work for today's situation, but then what can happen in the future. But those areas that you see here, those are lands that are outside of our property. We don't own that land. That is currently state lands. It will likely remain in that state, in state property. And, I've seen renditions of those drawings that show bus stops and things like that up in those areas. So there is some sort of, longer term plan for those portions. But what exactly is going to be in those spots, it's all of our property. I really don't have control over those areas.
Maybe a good opportunity to segue and ask for an update from Russ. Any update on the Front Street redesign? To consider?
We've not received that. But we're gonna want to coordinate that.
Front Street itself is also part of the DOT project, not just the River Shore reconfiguration.
The whole combination.
Okay. I ask because similarly, when looking at the plans and even reviewing some of the narratives supplied with it, the parking lots, they say, we have, can stand in, the project can stand in and of itself, no matter whether the River Street or Front Street projects happen or not, but the access seems to be off of Front Street or Division Street, and those could potentially be pedestrian paths, right?
So Division Street would not, that will still be public right of way, the ones that are running east and west. So Front Street would be what would be the city's walk. So,
Congress Street would remain open.
Congress Street would remain open. Division Street would be essentially a dead end, that comes down to there. So we would still have access off of Division, and we would still have access off of Congress. And then we worked with the fire department about how we could allow for the fire truck to still be able to access Congress Street or Front Street if needed when it became pedestrian way.
So those two drives that come off either parking lot on the front, in the event that the Front Street project moves forward into pedestrian path, you're not having cars access through there anymore?
No, it would
They're
only,
coming in underneath the building to that,
it would come in,
yeah, right up.
so you would have Congress Street access to the building there.
Yep.
Through here. And then Division Street would have this access point here,
Remaining.
would be remaining. And then these would be closed off for emergency vehicle access. We worked that out with the fire department. We did have those shown on the plans previously, but with, some back and forth with them, they felt comfortable with the way the plan has landed.
Sorry, Warren, I jumped in on, so.
No, that's fair that it's not your property, I understand. That's part of the next planning phase when they do the bridge project. My other question is the mechanical units on the top. We suggested possibly screens, but you were telling us that they're set back far enough, so the sightlines would be. If we had a section or a loop plan,
So we don't have those systems designed yet, but that our intention would be to pull them back away. And this is a very early concept design, so yeah, they would be pulled back away from the parapets, so they wouldn't be visible. So that's the intent, and we'll do.
no. Bill?
I was going to defer entirely to the architects and let them answer questions, but you said something in your presentation about you drew inspiration from the building on Congress Street that's directly across from where you are. But that's the building that has the AD 1888 on it. Yes. That building has a variation of windows, arches with different bricks. It's really quite ornate for a warehouse. What is the inspiration you drew from that building?
The inspiration was the depth of the facade. There's lots of, expression piers, the fenestration is pushed back, so that's the materiality, or the material that we picked up on. And it's that building, but it's other buildings within that
stretch.
Yeah,
And how is that reflected in this design?
yes, good question. Solid elevations. So in these, and this is actually very similar to what we did at first phase. These portions of the facade have these portions of the facade are the piers come out, they're projected beyond the surface that the windows are located in, so there is depth. You really will see that. It's too bad that Taylor wanted to further along. You can see how that's working. It's really going to pick up on that same language, that same depth of facade. We're using different depth brick ties. We'll set those mason units out further. So we figured out the technique that we can do it with. We plan on doing that as well.
And maybe if you could explain that, where will they be surrounds to the windows?
I'm not gonna pass it. So these piers right here,
Yeah.
you can see there's a little shadow line right there. That means that that pier is 4 inches in front of this brick panel here. So that's, call this 0, that's -4, and these windows are further back. Sorry. The mic, I'm trying to re-explain that with the mic.
All right, but it was helpful for you to do that, right?
I like the curved sort of back terrace kind of
You
thing.
love it too. It's fantastic.
I mean, it's impossible almost to visualize that in 2D like that.
That's why we brought this.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'll bring it over. Why don't cause, feedback.
Might get some feedback.
Okay.
Just hand them the whole thing.
So what I was just explaining was here you really get to see the fluttering of the facade and the movement that kind of happens around the building, which works, I think, really well with the movement that's associated with the bridge. So that's that scale that we're picking up that is just up here. And I think it's the same kind of proportions. It's going to work with the windows. So I think it really does help draw that fabric down through here. And I'm really excited for when this bridge does get reconfigured. And then that River Street frontage really does become an integrated extension of what's happening up here.
Okay, so with that all in mind, the front of the building faces the river, correct? That's with the doorway.
You know, I would say the building really doesn't have a front, but yes, the formal entrance is along River Street. It's from the city side of the two parcels. But half of the apartments get to look out onto the river.
Mhm. So my only concern is that one or the other is not ignored because it's the back, you know what I mean? And, I might have a few issues with the color, but I can't really tell yet, so, but I think it's a good start.
Going around, Sarah, you wanna go?
I'm racing for it.
Yeah, no, I actually think that the existing Taylor buildings do a great job of having no back. So there's no back facade of them. I'm not praising them. I'm just saying that it's almost as if the site doesn't let you have a back. But no, up to a really good start. I mean, the palette is spare, so we'll be interested to see whether you expand it or you creatively apply that limited palette. Oh,
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, I'm pretty concerned about the mass and kind of having some breaking up of the mass a bit. A lot of the things that are listed in the staff notes that, you know, having the step back, having the site, the views through, in compliance with the Hudson River. I forgot what our term of art is, but several of those sections, that are the Hudson River front development.
The resilient waterfront and flood risk overlay.
Well, that, and there's also the Hudson Riverfront Development section.
Yes.
That specifically talks about the views, it talks about the setbacks, it talks about, you know, having that setback from the river itself. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there was more of an opportunity to address the river itself. I actually like the areas that are at the corners. I think that's the strongest part of the design so far. I think that's actually pretty great. I'm just wish there was something a bit more that we could sink our teeth into as it relates to the waterfront itself. And part of that is relating to the TDMP. That I think that the TDMP kind of misses a bit of is kind of missing a bit of context. You know, there is the requirements that kind of walk through, you know, demonstrating the need for demonstrating the usage of on-street parking, demonstrating the need for off-street parking. And then the TDMP itself talked about the current usage of the lots for Taylor Apartments, and yet we're still basically recommending almost triple the amount of available spaces. And then, in my opinion, this relates to approaching the river, because there's just a lot of parking there on incredibly valuable land that could be used to engage with the riverfront. And can really be a feature and an asset where it just, with those service lots, it's like, man, it kind of pulls a lot of life and pulls a lot of, you know, interest out of that space. And, you know, so I guess where my thinking is that relationship between the TDMP and how these buildings address the waterfront. I would love to see a more coherent approach as it relates to the both. I'm thinking both of the tenants who are going to be living there, but also as a public asset, and activating those spaces.
lot to unpack. I think you still got more, were you just looking at that?
I'm doing it, just checking my notes and,
Well, I think that, you know, these buildings, are gonna need parking. I think there's, the reality of how, people live. So I think, you know, Penrose, as a major developer, all up and down the East Coast, has a good sense of what this type of building, that these types of AMIs are gonna need for parking. I hate to speak for you guys, but, I think that's a hard truth. I think one of the things that I'm often accustomed to hearing is, you don't have enough parking. You're gonna crowd our streets. I'm gonna lose my on-street, my sidewalk parking space. That's something that we are often very sensitive to when we come into the communities and make this sort of change. That's one. Another thing is that, you know, these buildings are, the outdoor amenity spaces that we are creating within the property lines are meant for the residents of the building and not intended to be, a public asset. There is we all hope that Front Street becomes this public esplanade, and that can really be a fusion between those two spaces, but it's really meant to be, for the residents of the building. So, I mean, there is some outdoor space that we've created. And you can see, you know, it's bright, it's vibrant, it's multi-purpose. So there is some generous spaces that we have created, more so at the south than at the north. But there's just some of the nature of the site limitations that we have. So I do appreciate your comments. I think they're thoughtful, but there's some things that the project program has to accomplish. I think, you know, I'm glad that we got through the process with the fire department, police department about having access for the ambulances, the fire truck. So that was something that is also kind of subtle about these plans, but important life safety goals as well.
yeah, and I do appreciate all of that. I just, I mean, I think that this is where I get back into the TDMP that, you know, from your own TDMP, I don't understand the justification for that many parking spots. And part of what I'm getting at is that the TDMP does not address what portion. One of the requirements is to address how parking will be, how much of the parking can be, the capacity can be handled by on-street parking. Doesn't exist in the analysis at all.
Well, I'm happy to comment or provide some feedback on that. So one thing to also recall is when we were working with the residents and everything with the Taylor Apartments, is when we have Taylor One, is having some parking available for folks at Taylor One also here. So I think we have a set aside for about 40 parking spaces for the people at Taylor One. There's about 20 parking spaces, maybe a few more on that other site. But part of this, you know, right now residents that are there could use the parking across the street if, you know, when that building was to be open. That's what we're hoping to be able to happen, to be able to use some of this parking as well. And on-street parking, currently there is no available parking on River Street. It's the ramps. So I can't park on River Street. And again, designing this for both what is now and could be in the future. There is no available parking for River Street for us. The way that Division Street has been set up and Congress Street has been set up, very steep slopes as you come down. I would challenge you to park your car and not use your door as you open it up, you know, on the streets. I'm not going to encourage people to park on the streets. And then last,
Certainly, but there's also, not sorry to interrupt, but like, certainly there's more on-street parking than just immediately adjacent to the building. It's a network, you know.
I understood.
Sure.
But I'm just hitting
Yeah.
all of the things that are
Please.
right there for us, right? These are the things that are close by. And so having these areas surrounding us, the limitation of some of that on-street parking, there's just not as much there. We could stretch out a little bit further if that's what you'd like to look a little bit further into the neighborhoods, you know, from that perspective. But we're talking that we're at least going another block out, you know, from that perspective. And so And if you look at the ratios that we're talking about, when, you know, we're looking at the counts, we have 300 units and we have about a total of 150 cars, but then really it's about 110 because we're sharing 40 of that with Taylor One. And so 110 parking spaces versus the 300. And if we were to go back to the old city code, geez, we'd have to have 600 parking spaces here. So I think we've done a really good job at trying to minimize the parking here. But I can appreciate your comments, and if you'd like us to take a look at the neighborhoods a little bit deeper, we certainly could.
I mean, I would love that, anything to shave off a few of those spaces. I mean, and also one of the requirements is to like look at how the parking can be redeveloped, you know, into more intensive transit supportive uses, things of that nature. So just kind of an appreciation of like, well, if this demand does not materialize, what could we do? What would we like to do? How can we think about site plan now that could potentially accommodate reclaiming some of that space, or even as we're often want to do on this board, are there some spaces that we could bank for parking if demand materializes, and for now maintain some green space or some other active space?
Okay, well, we can talk with the design team about bank parking. That's something we haven't discussed. I'm not sure how that would relate to what we would need to do from approved back to HCR. You know, we need to make sure that we're still hitting those criteria as well. But we'll talk about it and see what we can do. And you know, we did take ways and looked at some compact spaces and things like that in here. We even looked at inside the garage for maybe like where we could providing some scooter parking, which is a little different.
Would love to see that.
Just trying to put some things that are different for people to use different forms of transportation. So, I'll look to maybe add a little bit more to the traffic plan to just speak to the on-street. And again, I was really focused on the area directly around us because there is very limited parking, you know, on the streets directly adjacent to us. But happy to take a look a little bit deeper.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
May I make some comments to our link parking, because some of the issues from last meeting, I didn't understand how you followed up. James had mentioned possibly putting some parallel parking on Front Street. Possibly trying to get some spaces, you know, on the street.
Yeah, it's a city street, you know, and if Front Street falls away, I don't want to be banking on that parking if it becomes a pedestrian way.
And the other thing was, we were gonna look at tucking more parking in the first floor. I know that you said there are structural elements that come from the bridge, kind of, that you can't dig out, excavate part of that. That plan doesn't show the parking.
We took that plan off because the last time we wanted to see what the kind of a floor plan looks like, so we swapped it. So, but it's in the plan set. We did take a look at how we can maybe optimize the inside a little bit more. And I think we did get a little bit of the spaces, you know, shrink down a little bit in these areas to help create that green space that you see on the southern end here, to create that, you know, that park space that we have for the residents. And so that was kind of a result of us moving some of that stuff around.
And I guess we also said possibly you could raise the building another story, but we create a second story of parking behind perhaps storefronts.
I gotta say about from just an urban planning perspective.
Yeah.
From an urban planning perspective, to put parking behind a place that we're trying to activate as like urban fabric, to me, it seems very counter. If on one hand, you're asking for less parking, but then you're saying, but put more parking in a place that doesn't work for our overall goals. I appreciate the comment, but I think it's counter to what I think the history of this project is. What I think we're all trying to do.
You know, Mr. Chairman, my thought is it might be fruitful if maybe project architect and project engineer, we get together and go over the technical aspects and see what's practical in terms of parking.
Yeah, we expect that they're always engaging engineering staff to review everything from their sanitary flows to their parking to any technical aspect of it. So that's definite needs to happen, as well as we'll have third-party engineering review. Anything else, Warren?
It's,
Not parking.
yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that comment that you had made last meeting about putting more parking in the building. We did evaluate that. The challenge financially, I think I mentioned a little bit, last time. When you add another level of deck, you change the construction type of the building. From, some type one, well, actually,
It makes the superstructure much more complicated.
the superstructure, you have some wood elements here, and when you add extra layers of building at this point based on the height, the cost goes way up because we have to add more non-combustible podium. And when we're not adding any more apartments and it's just for parking, project really unfortunately becomes financially feasible from that aspect. So that's not something that we're able to, putting it in the building at a second level is not something that we're able to do financially as an affordable housing project.
Just to clarify, the areas that are labeled as unexcavated, that was looked at as well and ruled out.
Yeah, so those unexcavated areas were areas that we have looked at as a team with our construction group as well, to look at the relationship of that excavation, because it's really deep as it relates back to where some of the bridge abutments are. So we have, there's a difficulty as we go into that hill, and when you excavate down close to that bridge, as well as you're getting back towards, closer to River Street, there becomes some of those challenges that.
Maybe for subsequent meetings, supply some documentation that supports that.
What would you like us to provide, like a structural?
Sure. Structural sections, existing structure, the spatial relationship to the proposed outline, so we can see that.
How does the floodplain affect all of this?
Well, we're next to the Hudson River, so we're in the floodplain.
Yeah, I feel that water.
Yes, and, so as part of the design, the architects, and as well as us, are working on ways that we do floodproofing and things like that with the building. And so that's really what you have to do when you're working in these areas is how do you design the building? And that's where having that garage level, being on that lowest level, and we don't have, units or anything down there that would be, in that flood elevation, everything is set up from a residential perspective above that.
And all the infrastructure and all the infrastructure required for the building is located above that floodplain. And I just want to say, my answer to you, Mr. Shaw, was snippy. Their answers were much better. Sorry about that. But yeah, we're taking into consideration all of the floodplain issues. But yeah, they're considerable.
So, I mean, the package has definitely come along, it's definitely a more substantial and fuller submission set. So I commend you on that. I really echo the sentiments that Stephen had. I think, to touch on the TDMP, it feels like a bit of talking out of both sides of your mouth, so to speak. In one breath, the TDMP itself asserts that it doesn't have enough parking, but then says it's okay because it does a study of the existing utilization. But then now you say you need it because things have changed. So you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, a little bit, especially when it comes to parking. I can open the TDMP and read you the specific sections. So there's a bit of going in opposite directions at the same time on the TDMP. So I think that speaks to this notion of not engaging some of the green space that you possibly could. And for me, it's an especial frustration when I think back to the concept plans. There was a clear acknowledgement of the opportunity of these sites to have green space, activated amenity space for tenants or the public, however you wanted to divide out that space. But if you go back to when we reviewed Taylor 1, and look at the concept plans before the building forms took this shape, there were these large green spaces right out front of it, activated and engaging the riverfront. I think that's a large miss, and it all revolves around the need for the parking space, and the parking doesn't know what it wants to be according to the engineering behind it. So I think there needs to be some clarification. And then as to where you would put the parking instead, there's some genuine ideas about, okay, what about the unexcavated space? What about excavating deeper? You know, maybe you don't want to do more non-combustible podium, but maybe you excavate and do a deeper layer. Maybe you do covered parking where you have a green space on top of where these surface lots are. And then this is all to just straight up ignore that the code, the zoning ordinance, does not allow for parking lots adjacent to the Hudson River, surface lots adjacent to the Hudson River. So that combined with some of the area variances you're seeking suggests to me that there needs to be a little bit of rework. I will say I like the form of the buildings. I like the general geometry and shape of them. I think there's something interesting about how that plays, like you guys showed here in the model with the bridge infrastructure and the off ramps. I think something that's not coming through, maybe it's just in the drawings and the coloration and the elevations, is that articulation. I've heard the description about the every three bays, and I just don't get it. I don't see it. I mean, in here, I don't know if it's just if this is 3D printed or how this was made, but I see some of the ripples along it where I don't know if that's intentional or just okay.
It's just not that detailed, and we're showing every window.
Sure. And then it was mentioned, you know, that this building's cap line is pretty much straight, and it's the building or the window, sorry, that provides some of the articulation. Well, I looked just now on like 3D view in Google Maps, and that's not actually true. The parapet does have some fenestration and some articulation to it and some ornamentation that gives it detail. And I think that solid top line for me has the massing issue that you're feeling. I'm wondering also about why not take advantage of the water side space having engagement with the water in terms of maybe some balconies or some bays so people can be outside and enjoy the open air. Think what else? Yeah, I'd like you to speak to the variances a little bit because somebody mentioned that half of them have been addressed at this point, and I just want to know what half and are they addressed in the current plan we're looking at, or in the next revision of this, we'll see something different that's changed something about the variances that are going to be different.
Sure, I can speak to some of them, and some of them are design elements that were mentioned as possible variances, like the equipment being, you know, screened or placed further back. You know, as John mentioned earlier, that would be one that we would not need to do because we feel like we can accommodate that with some building revision. The setback from the bulkhead, you know, 50 feet back from the river.
Yeah.
So we went out and measured. We're right at around about 50 feet from the bulkhead to the most northerly portion. You know, the rest of this building all sits, or the buildings all sit back, you know, 50 feet or more. EV charging, we are going to put the EV charging into the site plan. We're going to work with the building department on that particular item for possible ways to help mitigate that on the site because there's some concerns with the floodplain and the EV charging stations being together. But we feel that we can work with the code office as well as Russ's office, and we're engaging some vendors that have this where we can look at some other types of mitigating factors so that we can be compliant with the code as it relates to that. Bear with me, I gotta go through the list here.
Sorry, I don't go on.
No, it's okay. The rooftop features for the mechanical features will be set back from the edges. That was the one that you had addressed. Well, yeah, there's certain ones that we're not going to be able to, you know, that we're going to need to still apply for as it relates to, say, the front setbacks. we have those DOT easements that prohibit us from being able to place the building at the distances that the code would allow. And those are permanent easements that DOT has taken from the property, so we can't place the building. in
Is
those.
that really the green space kind of between where the existing on-ramp, off-ramps are in the building?
It runs through that area generally, it's not that entire area. So if you think of it this way, as the bridges curve, going back to River Street, there's an easement that's kind of parallel to that building that runs along that edge that is identified as a permanent easement. And we've been working closely with DOT on that particular item, because, we were trying to get a better understanding as to what you can do there. And those being permanent easements, those are not easements like that they can just release. It actually goes through a taking process. So those do create a little bit of challenges from that perspective.
I have your civil set open, so I see the dark bold line representing the property boundary with the double hash.
Yep.
And then I see the light double hash line for the easement, and then the building kind of sits inbound to that. And so you're saying once you work out all the offsets, that's why you end up with the setback variance to the property line itself.
Correct,
Because you're
because
saying it's off of the easement.
it's off of the easement line. Our property line is technically in front of that. And then this happens to be a permanent easement over it. So unfortunately, even though the property line extends out, we're still bound by that easement edge where we can't go into it.
If you can figure out why the geometry of it looks the way it does,
It's just following the on-ramps, in my view of it.
there's some fun stuff.
It might get weird once you kind of trace it further, but, and then while we're still talking on the engineering front and TDMP topics, I think last meeting I had asked about doing a traffic study. Did you guys look into that?
Yeah, so we took a look at the traffic studies that were prepared by the city as part of the Congress Street Bridge project. I've referred to those in the TMDP, because the whole area included this project as well as several others. And that speaks to the traffic volumes that exist today and the traffic volumes in the future. And as part of those studies, that's where they were able to determine that the Congress Street Bridge itself is 4 lanes, a lot more volume than you could imagine, and that they can be shrunk down to 2 lanes. So just to further, go back to what I had said before that, there's been a lot of traffic studies that were done. Those studies include these projects, and those studies were, used as the basis for helping with the reduction of the road diet in there. And so, and I think even Randy even mentioned it in the last meeting, is that, well, because he had some involvement in there, is that there's plenty of volume, capacity in those roads. And not to mention that we're gonna have signalized intersections there too, which also creates a different, traffic, control and calming device that you don't have today in that area. So, I did reference those. I didn't print out those reports. They are available. I can point you to where they are. Feel free to take a
I
look.
didn't see it, reference, sorry.
No, it's okay, but, we didn't feel that we needed to replicate those studies that were just done in 2021.
Okay, I think on the engineering front, that was it. And maybe you want to address the architectural questions.
Yeah.
Variance wise, the big one for me is why you can't achieve the setbacks that
So, yeah,
the waterfront development should have,
So,
story setbacks.
so the, along the waterfront, along the riverside?
Above the 3rd story, each story should be set back, I think it's 10 feet or something.
Yeah. So to be honest, we're struggling with the interpretation of that. And struggling in a couple of ways, like how do you really interpret it for this building? Like what's the riverside? Is it the ends of the building? And the other way that we're struggling with it is to make the project work. We've got 308 units, and that's a really critical thing from the development perspective. I know that maybe is that relevant to you, judgment about that, but what we're trying to achieve here is over 300 units. And to start cutting that back really gets into that. So that's that topic. I would like to address a couple of the other, there's a required frontage, minimum 80% frontage that is also being affected by easements that are there, so the easements are really influencing a lot of these, variances.
So I guess my interpretation, or what I would think is the simplest interpretation of what's facing the water is any of the sides of the building that have a view of or towards the water, any of the faces of the building that you're gonna be seeing when you're looking at a building parallel, when you're adjacent to this site, you're looking from the river at it, if it's facing the river, that's where they're talking about a 10-foot setback, and the setback is relative to the floor below it.
So you're suggesting removing or altering units,
I'm suggesting that that's what the code says has to happen.
that is very disruptive. I think we want to address the question. The 10-foot setback, that's in the zoning code, variance that we're requesting, is a not complicated building, and adversely affect the unit. That's all.
Adversely impact what? Sorry.
Unit, yeah, sorry.
So, I mean, we often hear about pro forma in the development, and we want to be sensitive to it, and it's important, but it cannot be used as a justification for non-compliance. It's our duty to make sure we're enforcing what zoning requires, or understanding how or why it shouldn't meet it, and then making a recommendation or a referral to zoning about it.
Yeah, I was talking to Roger earlier. I understand the question now. So, just to go back a little bit, because there was conversation about the original RFP and what that design was and what we have today. When the design changed because of the understanding the bridge ramps were going to, remain, the RFP and the presentation that the Housing Authority and Penrose submitted to the city was of a certain unit count, mixture of affordable and market. And so when that changed and the design of the building changed, one other thing that also happened is this is a HUD property. It's technically restricted by HUD. It has to be approved. They have to approve the changes in order to release it to be built as new affordable housing, but just not HUD housing specifically. And one of the things that we learned subsequent to the original RFP and the plan change was that HUD, where we originally were of the understanding that they did not require a 1-for-1 replacement in the existing units that are out there today in Taylor 3 and 4 into the new one. They said that it does in fact have to be a 1-for-1 replacement. And so in order to meet the requirement really of HUD to refinance and redevelop the project and meet the goals of the city that wanted a certain level of unit count and closer to market rate units downtown, required really the design that you see today. And to your point, meeting the setback requirements would eliminate a significant amount of units. And because we are required to maintain the affordable units, it would be the middle income restricted units that would be coming out. And so it does impact pro forma, absolutely, especially if we're talking about more parking underneath, excavating some of these things. I'm not even sure if it's possible taking away units from the building and putting that in creates potential financial infeasibility. But in addition to that, we're really trying to meet the goals of what the city originally wanted in terms of middle income market rate units and the affordability that we need for HUD to release the declaration of trust restrictive covenants to redevelop the project.
Yeah, again, we run into an issue of considering consistency and precedence here. This is waterfront development. We have to think about what our zone code intentionally considered for how things go on the riverfront. I'm not hearing that you considered alternatives to your design, to the geometry of the building, putting bump outs, other auxiliary units to create the density or to get the unit count that you need. I think there was also talk in a previous meeting about potential for an additional story within zoning, which could give you your unit count back. I think there's alternatives that you're ignoring.
Yeah, so The bedroom distribution did change, significantly. There are a number of studios here to sort of maintain that unit count, as you said. Looking at another story is something that we can try to consider. This does go back a little bit to the same issue as the parking, where once you go up another story, you change the composition of the superstructure, the materials, and the cost for concrete. And again, this building is 250 units affordable. There's a significant amount of subsidy coming from the state and federal levels, but that subsidy only goes a certain extent. And we're really stretching it as far as it goes now, especially with the added cost that we have to incur, maybe isn't the right word, but we have to manage because of the waterfront and the floodplain. The whole lower floor, making sure that doesn't reach the upper parts of the building. And so, it's here, but I don't want to mention pro forma, but all of those building changes do have implications to cost for this majority affordable building that's housing authority and HUD property.
Have you guys considered, so one of the things I was asking about, this is more an architectural question. Have you considered overbuilding above the surface lot spaces, whether for living space or for amenity space, green space, like the original concept designs showed?
Sorry, could you clarify that statement further?
So infill, imagine infill between the arch somewhere, some portions of it, corners, I don't know, just using the volume of space that's currently above the parking.
So,
Particularly on the south building.
so I think,
Just in general, have you considered it?
we did consider. It was one of our initial sketches. And when we landed on this form that we've got, this curving form, we thought that infill that would happen there would really take away from the clarity of the gesture. I know I'm speaking in lofty terms. It was part of our.
I understand what you're saying.
So we did consider it. It seemed like it wasn't bringing anything to the project that could help the architecture.
One of my other earlier architectural questions was, what about balconies or outdoor space, especially that river facing elevation of the building?
I hate to say it, but they're expensive. You can't leave those things out. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, balconies or Juliet balconies on some of the units, is that what you're?
Doesn't have to be offset or cantilevered from the building. You can have your column line at the face of the building and then inset your balcony space.
I think that's something that we could explore.
We'd have to look at the HDR design standards and make sure that we're in the floor area that we need, but. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to take it into account with all of the financing requirements and everything like that, but I think that's something that we could look at.
One other thing, sorry to belabor this, but at the existing layout, there's a splash pad or fountain space. I think just on the north side of the southern building. If you go, I don't know if you have your existing plans in there. I'm just wondering if in the new park space, you guys could incorporate, yes, the rectangle up, if you move your mouse up from where exactly up right there. I think that's either a fountain or a splash pad. It's a water feature. It's nice in the warmer months for the tenants to use that. I'm wondering if you could do something in the playground spaces or something along that line, those lines.
We did do some tenant outreach at some point, and I don't know, we'll have to go back and look at that and see if that was one of the things that they commented on. But that's.
Yeah.
I think that's it for me for now. I'd encourage you guys again to keep thinking about how you can better use the space between the buildings. That's my biggest comment, and engage the waterfront. Taking up a ton of time. Commissioners, anything else?
I just have a couple more comments.
Quick.
Sure. All the ends on the riverside, the ends of the buildings, why couldn't you go another bay and a couple more apartments
towards the river on each of the ends of the shapes.
You mean,
Are there setback?
extend the building further?
Yes.
And are you saying do this in place of, and then create more green space here, or just have more building and more units and?
Well, if
Use it to offset.
I'm just saying, if one option was to have setbacks on the upper stories, could you maintain the same number of units by increasing the footprint?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
I don't know if there's setback reasons or
So
dead end quarter
the
reasons.
50-foot setback that Roger mentioned earlier is this point right here, which is a tad inside of the 50-foot mark. So even though you want to understand the scale here, that this will be set back a bunch. And so if you sort of an imaginary line, draw that across, you sort of lock it in a little bit, but it's something that we can look at, but that's a consideration.
Yeah,
And then, yeah, so John just mentioned, I don't know if you can see this hash line very well, but if you go back to the original site plan, this here, is that, whose easement is that?
public utility.
Public utility, yeah, so this cuts across, and this also, again, very much impacted the design, for the way that it was designed as you see today.
I'm looking at C-130, that whole space does not overlap the easement for it, for the utility. I think that's a great example of, spaces or alternatives that you could expand into. The river line that you would offset your 50 feet would be parallel to the bottom line, really. It's not a horizontal line across from where that building is. It's the river projected over 50 feet.
Can you say that again? I wasn't following you.
So when you just went through the example of how you would find where the 50-foot offset is, you drew a horizontal line from the corner of the building. It's not that. It's that you would take the profile or the alignment of the river
Of the
and
bulkhead,
offset,
right.
yeah, the
Yeah.
bulkhead and offset at 50 feet.
Yeah, no, right, yeah, I was being just a little general, but you're right, it's
Yep.
50 feet from the bulkhead.
So I think you could look at that. And then what I was going to say to that end is, even if it did overlap it, our role between us and zoning is to strike a balance of what's in the best interest of the city. And if there are, reasons or justifications to, going 50, or 49 feet or whatever it is, 35 feet, because it allows us to comply with the setbacks of the upper stories or something. There's reasons. So I'm saying explore all options. That's it. So actions wise, just for the commissioners here, we need to declare the application complete, and then table for a subsequent meeting. At that subsequent meeting, we could open public comment, and then we would have to do our typical seeker determination of significance and our site plan reviews and approvals. We have. So, unless there's anything else, I'm happy to entertain a motion about the application itself. Was there anything commissioners felt was missing from the application to declare it complete as a package?
I don't know about signage, but that was something that the staff notes.
Would it prevent you from declaring the application?
I'm just reading the staff notes.
Understood, yeah, there's details to be filled in, but the specific signage details, I personally wouldn't hold the completion status from.
They did provide some signage details, so all the wayfinding signage, any building mounted signage come further down the road. Sure.
Okay, so,
One other question, maybe I misunderstood. Did you say there was partially a green roof on this phase 2, or was that just for phase 1?
Yeah, I don't see a reason.
in the corner,
Yeah, we ended up introducing that into the corners of the building where your elevator tower is kind of in the middle portion of that project or of the building now. So it creates a good landing pad for, engaging the rooftop as the board suggested last time. Thank you.
is it possible to extend that toward the river? Great, or is that all mechanically
There will be
limited? Mechanical space limited?
There will be mechanical equipment up there. There'll be plumbing vents, the cost associated with that.
Yeah, and so I think the design of the green roof is not final. You know, extending this a little bit was something that we looked at, but we will definitely investigate that further.
And then show the, mechanical, a roof plan. For next time, yeah.
And to just add on that, just to be clear, green roofs are great, but activating the roof is, I think the priority is in activating for residential use.
Okay, can I have a motion, to declare the application, please?
I'll move to declare the application.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Bill. Moving to a vote, all in favor? Aye. All right, thank you. And then, we'll need a motion to table. Would you like to, do you think you'll be ready for next month's meeting? With the changes we've talked about?
May 28th.
I was exactly what I was gonna ask you. Yeah, we will, I think we will, and we'll let Eric know the next day or so if that changes.
Sure. Okay, then can I have a motion to table for the?
Before we do that, I just want to react to the very last comment. Activating roofs is really appealing. But do we really want to activate a roof? Do we want to activate these roofs?
Is it the height that's of concern here?
Yes, lots of families, I mean, I think I'm being realistic in recognizing that by activating that rooftop, you're gonna have to put some serious security measures to protect people that are going to be expensive. And if they're visible to all of us in the community, we're gonna want it to be beautiful as well. I'm just questioning that. And I've been on the roofs of the Taylor buildings and it's terrifying, so I don't know who really wants to be up there. Replace the roof, one of them.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, can I have a motion to table to the, was it June 20th?
It is June 18th, which is, a little different from our typical Wednesday night, meetings. This one, due to June 19th being a holiday.
Sure.
This one's on Tuesday.
Okay.
When I say June 18th, it's on June 19th, it's on.
You said it.
Okay, all right, yeah, so it's Tuesday, June 18th, let's do the next thing.
And the 28th is the deadline.
28th of May is the deadline for that thing.
Can I have a motion to table? Thank you.
Second.
Give it to Suzanne. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was productive discussion. Okay, next, our agenda item is the PLPC 2023-0039 for 1011 Second Ave. Thank you for bringing that. That's unique. We haven't seen that, or I haven't in my time. Used it. Enjoyed it. Any of the commissioners need a break? Or you guys already, yeah, go ahead. We'll take a quick recess while we're getting set up for the next presentation.
It's also the rest. Yeah, there's I look across. Right.
Who's gonna go first?
If you want to have, if you want to make a public comment.
You're signing first, then. Second.
So, you're-
No, it's, if you want to go to the podium and speak.
So, he said, we're not really good.
Do you want to make?
Oh.
Screen?
Yeah.
I decided.
I go on the Facebook page, like with the holes. That's old. Oh, very excited. I'm having it.
Anybody else want to say?
Oh, the guy. There's a lot of people. Yeah, the first one. Okay. Is everybody? Is everybody?
I guess so.
You knew that one.
You all set?
Yes, if you are.
My comments have been covered.
All right, we'll resume here. Well, by all means, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. My name is Brian Ostrov with Environmental Design Partnership. I'm here with Derek Regulus from Cutler Architecture and John Hurd from Couch White and the applicant Kevin Vandenberg. Really, just here, I think we were here last fall, retooled the concept plan. So that's really what we're here to present tonight is an updated concept that tried to listen to a lot of the input that we had received from the planning commission. And just really obtain initial feedback prior to going to detailed site design. So, this is the prior site plan, and it had 3 buildings. It's been in front of this, planning commission for over a year. And, was fairly well defined with detailed engineering. But, in terms of listening to some of the input and feedback, we kind of retooled things here to what you see in front of you, which is an amended site plan. And, it reduced the unit counts, it reduced the number of buildings, reoriented one of the buildings slightly. And again, tried to take into account a lot of the comments that have been previously generated. I know one of the considerations, obviously, this is an archaeologically sensitive site. There's been a lot of discussion about that. The purple areas on this plan indicate the previous shovel test locations where there were kind of concentrated loci of archaeological findings. This is an overlay of the previous plan. And then we did the same thing for the updated concept plan. And the next slide I'll show you, there's really the highest concentration is kind of in the riverfront center portion of the site, which is depicted here. The darker the color is the more significant number of archaeological finds. So you can see that, going back to that, we really tried to minimize impact in those areas with this revised concept plan. I'm going to turn over to Derek now, because there's been considerable discussion about the architecture, and Derek completely retooled that. So I'm have him kind of speak to what he's done.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening. Derek Griffiths with Palo Architecture. So I put together a few slides here about the revised design, which really we're trying to touch on a lot of comments that we received on previous meetings. So going back basically, basically the drawing board, starting over, wanted to start with some, potential influence / inspiration to guide the design. So I did a little bit of research to the indigenous architecture, and also some architecture that kind of is influenced by indigenous architecture in general. And no stranger to the New York State Museum. They've got a replica longhouse in there, so I've been in that exhibit many times and walked around, and it's really interesting. Trying to just use as much as I can for inspiration on the redesign. So that one's just basically about things like. And then the redesign went back, tried to incorporate a lot of natural tone cladding, natural tone palette into the design, which was a lot of feedback we were getting on the last design. Not so much of that. So we have, different kinds of colors going on here, like wood tones, iron gray, beige, sandstone. Also trying to incorporate as much wood accent as I can into the building. Just trying to make it blend in as much as possible with its natural kind of context. There's a lot of features on the building that are new. So there's some green roofs that we'll get into later, but this is just kind of like the different materials and systems we were thinking, along with some wood pergolas that could be used for accents and shade. And we looked at trying to make the building lighter, bring the mass down, use more areas for glazing, and then try to incorporate some passive cooling features into that, like solar shades and white single ply membrane roofs, stuff that could help with the passive cooling in the building. And so that's really what we started working with. So we were asked about a little bit about the context. So just keeping some of the context in mind here, looked at a broader range of context than this, but this is some of the immediate properties around the site, mostly residential besides the neighborhood.
No.
So there's some block plans here, which you can shows you how the two buildings would work, just how the units kind of shake out. And building A would be the rectangular building on the left hand side of the page. And building B would be on the right-hand side, T-shaped building, which is the larger of the two. Building A having 75 units and building B having 100 units. And they would be 4 stories with garage in the basement, parking garage. So these are, let's get to the main point, I guess, the elevations of how the buildings look. We're trying to utilize a lot of that natural tone, trying to, you know, create a building that does its best to blend in and be softer, in terms of the context. The buildings, are stepped in height, the ends of the buildings kind of step down a story, which kind of, you know, tapers off the massing of it and, helps it in that way. And then previous roof lines were not well liked, so trying to minimize the roof lines and keep them as light as possible, try to keep the mass of the building down. Inset balconies, added all the way around the building, also help break down the mass. And then you can see some of the areas where there's more glazing introduced to lighten the building. The stone cladding, you know, was previously proposed, was more of a smaller scale stone. This is going to be a larger looking stone block at the base of the buildings, which I think helps with the scale, bringing the scale down as much as possible and lighten the look up. So this is just the first building, building A is 75 unit. And building B would be the T-shaped building. Really what we tried to do here was think about it, even though it's one building, think about it like it's 2 buildings and kind of take advantage of that inside corner where the 2 masses meet, reduce that down to 2 stories, make that our good opportunity to make that our main entry point. And utilize a lot of glass to kind of make it feel like it's 2 different buildings, giving some viewports through the building in, you know, to the river and the viewscapes. This building also features that same step down at the ends of the buildings where we reduced it by a story. And then those areas also give us an opportunity to activate those lower story areas where we can have a rooftop amenity patio out there where you can just walk straight out from the 4th story. That does a couple things. It helps with the massing and it also helps with not having to bring up a stair tower, elevator tower to the roof, which would also heighten the building, make it appear larger. Trying to tamp down the mass of the building and make it a more gentle kind of landscape. Integrate with the landscape a little bit more gently. And so these are a couple more views of the building, 75 unit building, building A. And building B, you can see the ends of the buildings are reduced for those activations of the rooftop, the amenity space there. Would feature like, you know, wood pergolas to add to the natural theme here and also provide shade and a nice little aesthetic when you're up there. And you can see the 2-story portion in the center of the building, really trying to break those building up, allow for more views through the building, trying to minimize it. We did some studies, putting some of the neighboring houses across the street in there, just to show some context and some scale. This is the view looking on the riverside of the T-shaped building, 100 unit B building. So, I mean, I guess the design in the end was influenced by a few things, some historical, you know, research, some contextual research, as well as trying to address a lot of the comments we received throughout the process here in previous meetings. And you can see there, like a lot of these larger glass areas were nice. They're nice. They'll kind of cause some problems with, you know, like heat gain in the summertime. But we're trying to use lots of solar shades and things like that to counterbalance that. Instead of putting a roof on top of the inside porches, we use like a pergola type of thing, just like open it up, keep it lighter, more natural accents on the building. This is a drone shot, coming from the boat launch in Waterford, looking towards the site. You can see it there in the distance, to rendering superimposed over a drone shot. And there's another one coming from the historical district of Waterford, looking towards the site and a rendering of the project. Here's some more refined renderings, just to give you a better sense, I guess, of real materials, but, you know, it's all very conceptual in nature. But this is just a couple of more refined renderings that we would like to show everybody. These are give me a better idea of what we had to come up with. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to kind of talk about a summary of the changes since the previous submission. We've reduced the total disturbance area on the site by just about 1 acre. We've increased the green space by just about 1 acre. I should have mentioned, we slid the parking lot, well, we incorporated a parking lot specifically for the kayak drop area. To be proximate to the launch area, we shifted that launch area to the more northern portion of the site again to avoid some of the archaeological resources in those areas. The reduced unit count has gone from 231 to 175 units. We reduced the number of buildings from 3 to 2. As I mentioned, we took consideration as much as we could to reduce the archaeologically sensitive areas. Rooftop activation, which I know was just talked about in the last application, but I know comes up a lot. Derek did listen to that and has provided that in this application. Maybe, this being a little bit more remote to that than the downtown center district, might be well received. As a result of the unit count dropping and the reconfiguration, we've been able to reduce the number of parking spaces total. And as Derek mentioned, I think it's been a complete overhaul of the architecture to try to address some of the comments that we have received. Again, this is just a concept plan at this point. We're looking for feedback from this planning commission in terms of the redesigns, so that we could move into a detailed design phase incorporating those comments. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's clear a lot of work has gone into this since we last seen it. So thank you for making an effort towards, addressing all the comments and working with staff on and getting this revised package. And I know our engineer has, I believe, worked with your staff as well. Is there anything from your review that you felt changed we should be aware of, or how was your review of the changes since we last saw?
Yes, myself, engineering, code enforcement, fire department, we got together with planning staff, and we reviewed the revised site plan. We found from an engineering standpoint, this was we felt it was a substantial improvement. There was a reduction by a total of 56 units. It did increase the amount of green space by an acre. We found that the site would readily support the project at this point. The fire department had just requested a larger turning radius for the aerial tower. We discussed the drainage and stormwater management with the project engineer and found that sufficient bioretention and drainage could be accommodated much better on the site at this point. I think it was the overall feeling from engineering, code enforcement, and the fire department that we could support this revised site.
Happy to hear that. Do I recall that there was discussion of either combined sewer, sanitary separation here, or was there a water line? I'm just trying to remember what utility it was that ran through the property.
Yes, we do have a water line bisecting the property, which will remain untouched by the development. The city also has one of our combined sewer overflows located on this. So our interest is to work with the developer to have this rectified. And that's gonna be part of the engineering, as part of this final design.
So you'd like to see that as a condition ultimately,
Yes,
that there be changes
yes,
to
and
that infrastructure?
that's right. And based on the planning board comments, I think from the engineering side, again, the engineering code enforcement, at the fire department, we were making a recommendation of planning. That they may want to allow the developer to proceed towards preparation of the final engineering so we can get into some of these details.
Sure. Okay, so I will say, we had previously closed public comment, but this is a substantial revision, so I do intend to have, to open that back up and hear, members of the public that came to speak on this. I see that we already have a list. If the commissioners are okay with it, I would open for public comment first and then go around. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. So with that, I'll open the podium, come up, I have a list, I'll call names up here. If you could give your name and address for the record, so the minutes will reflect. First person on the list is Jess Bennett. Again, I'll have a timer going, just in the interest of everyone's time here tonight. We limit comment to 3 minutes. I'll hold my hand up just like this when it's 2 minutes. That way, you got about a minute to wrap up comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. And I would ask that you keep the public comment open for the next meetings. And I'm sure you will want to comment meaningfully on these new changes. This is a better plan, and I think we should have started here at the end of last summer. Just to clarify, my name is Jessica Bennett. I'm an adjoining property owner to the site of 1009 Second Avenue, and I'm currently in litigation with the Troy City Council, challenging their negative declaration as well as the zoning change. We do have a court date. It's a third appellate division in Albany. It's sometime in September. So you understand this probably better than I do. Any decision made on these site plans that will affect some of this. I do have some concerns about the stormwater pond at the southern part of the map. It's quite literally on my property line. It's so close to my house that in the image, you can see my car within the stormwater pond itself. The land itself is a huge piece of shale. My driveway had to be blasted at some point. It's about 3 feet below to come up it. So I don't understand the engineering of stormwater ponds, but if it's going to drain, it's not going to drain right through rock. It's also grading downwards toward my house, so I have significant concerns about the safety of any potential extreme weather overflowing down into my house. It's hard not to see this a little bit. This is the first stormwater pond so close to my property, anywhere near my property, and honestly, it's a little hard not to see this as slightly retaliatory for organizing against this project for 4 years. Like I said, this is a better set of plans. Given that this site has an incredible amount of undisturbed pre-contact archaeology of indigenous peoples for over the last 6,000 years, that it is a National Historic Register eligible site. And for the last 4 years, the community has shown up meeting after meeting, again, insisting on indigenous consultation on this site. This archaeology mood board seems very insulting. I actually Googled native dwellings and several of these images came up on the very first Google search. There are no pueblos in upstate New York. I think we can do a lot better. Pulling the thread of indigenous consultation, on May 7th, I called the Stockbridge Munsee, the only federally recognized tribe with hereditary ties to this site, and spoke with their historic tribal preservation officer, Dr. Jeff Bentremmer. He has no knowledge of the last 2 years of this project. In the October meeting about this project, right here in the notes, it says the developers team has been working with the Stockbridge Munsee. He was very concerned. He's looking into it. But I feel like that's a gross misrepresentation, and it's honestly an insult to all of the people and the indigenous leaders who have showed up, not at planning commission meetings, but certainly at city council meetings over the last 3 years, advocating for this land. And I ask you, as now the body in front of us making these decisions, to look into this and kind of put some importance on the indigenous consultation here. This is really important to the people of Troy and certainly the surrounding areas, as well as the indigenous with hereditary ties in this area. So I hope you hear that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list, forgive me if I mispronounce anybody's name, is this Linda? No, Linda?
Yeah, I never did this before. I never even went to a meeting. I did own 2 homes. I own 1 home in Lansingburg. And Pleasantdale is a very, very beautiful place to go. You go up there, you get away from all the hoodlums in Lansingburg and Troy. I mean hoodlums. You go up Pleasantdale, it's quiet. You got your birds, you got your eagles, you got deer, you got all these animals. And as she said, it's historical land too. And you guys want to take it and put apartments up there? You just did the shirt factory. You took Gurley Avenue away. You're putting apartments in Catholic High. We got a lot of people in Lansingburg. We don't need all these people. Hannaford can't even handle these people. And there's people that don't have vehicles that are old, like me. I'm 67. I've been here since I was born. I was born a half a block from my house. Okay? I mean, this is getting ridiculous. And I came here tonight and then find out that, you know, it's historical land and you want to put apartments up there and ruin Pleasantdale? Come on. Lansingburg is wrong, Troy is wrong. I've seen things that you probably haven't seen. You've done them. But, you know, I mean, our parades are gone. We got kids out there with guns. Okay, the police is overwhelmed. They got so much on their plate, you know, and you're putting more people in here. And it's hard. It's hard for the people that own homes. You don't know if you can walk out the door to go to the store and you're afraid of getting shot. 3 deaths were around my house, and I live in Lansingburg on 113th around the corner from Snowman. I mean, I don't know. This generation, I wish it was back to my generation. Our generation was quiet, nice, and there wasn't so many developments.
Part of our job is to create a safe, wholesome environment.
Yeah.
In Troy, in all parts of Troy.
You gotta leave Pleasantdale alone. It's the only place you could walk around and be safe.
I will say this. Looking at the capital district,
Uh-huh.
Albany, Schenectady, Troy, I will say this. Troy still has a wholesomeness to it, despite the crime we have.
Yeah, don't lose that.
And that's part of thoughtful and careful development. It's a partnership. It's a partnership between everyone you see here. A partnership between police, fire, each department within the city. And following through with that during construction, after construction. The standard manufacturing building you mentioned,
Yeah.
even though that's built, we're still working with the developer to ensure that wholesome environment I'm talking about. We met last night with people in Lansingburg to resolve some petitions.
Yeah.
Just because a project gets approved, and just because it gets constructed, that doesn't end there.
Mhm.
And these communications and these partnerships, that they continue.
Russ, I just want to make sure we get through the full list of everybody.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Okay,
I just
well,
wanted to share those thoughts.
please
I'm sorry.
leave Pleasantdale alone. please. Any place else, I don't care. But it's the only place you could look and enjoy life and animals.
We heard you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next was Mickey Dobbin. Mickey?
Mickey Donovan, 82nd Street, Detroit, New York. Speaking, I am, as a community member, but also as an archaeologist. I've been long opposed to this development. I know we're at the planning committee, as previously mentioned, there is issues just general with the seeker, which is very, very concerning to me, and I've been following closely. Something that was mentioned earlier, and something that is a large issue here in Troy, was that it was mentioned that you are basically also the functioning, historic preservation committee, as we don't have one. That is a huge problem for Troy New Shore, that, we don't actually have no offense to you and the work you can do, but that's something we should focus on. Work within the parameters of historic, or what's historic or free contact, basically. As was said, this is a better plan. I do appreciate the concept and looking at this of Native American housing. But the Native American people are a massive amount of people of varying different cultures, and time too. And as was mentioned, I am very concerned that that Google searches are being used, right, to develop plans that include a Pueblo, and mention the longhouses, when, no one seems to be talking to this documentary, the actual traditional people who lived in this area for at the time being, knowing this on the river, that they would not have had anything permanent or structured built there. So, and this is what we're wrestling with. This is a Native American site. It's an archaeological site, and I don't think anything should be built there. And then this idea of trying to match the architecture to it is it's never going to work out, because again, we're talking about they would have been what, a lot of people refer to more in the plains as wigwams. That Muncie would have been using something very similar. It would have been seasonal. They would have been, nomadic at the time. And then on top of that, well, I do see that they did put the footprint around, right, these sites, these loci, as we would call them professionally, these hotspots. I mean, in general, as it is very bedrock exposed, so there's no deep deposits. So basically, even vibrations or any construction happening outside those areas can still have a negative impact and still be detrimental to destroy these sensitive areas. I'm assuming there's gonna be a lot of boring going on, a lot of major excavation, a lot of blasting, and that is just going to move through the bedrock and then affect the pre-contact deposits in the other area, and will still be it does, just because the footprints of the buildings aren't directly on those hotspots doesn't mean that there's going to be negative impact. On top of, again, that's what we're saying, there's going to be probably a lot more movement. And the thing that would address all this, again, would be working with SHPOs. Thank you. And be working with the Stockton Muncie, having those specific areas fenced off. That's something I do a lot with when I work with DOT. But again, I am very concerned that there seems to be a major disconnect with this developer, with his relationship, and his understanding of what his relationship be with the traditional people, and with the residents of Troy itself, who do appreciate the aspect of the site. As a historic commission, there's a lot of options for a site like this. As of now, it's undeveloped. It's always been undeveloped. It kind of matches what it's always been. There's an organization called the Archaeology Conservancy, which will actually buy up land at market price and preserve archaeological sensitive sites. So there's a lot more to look at here that actually preserves the historic characteristic of the site itself. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next is Kathy Gavitt, please.
Kathy Gavitt, 69 First Street, Waterford. Addressing you with the build of this, I view eagles, bald eagles, in that same direction, circling over that site. I'm not sure if there's nesting over there, but I'm sure you've probably done some environmental impact on the natural environment and the natural resource that it is to the city of Troy. So I'm addressing that the resources be reconsidered towards, maybe a park, or considering the archaeological and the natural resources we have there, disturbing the bald eagles in that area. Perhaps you have looked into grants, land conservancy, land trusts, that could make this into the northern area of Troy as a park. I just would like you to consider that, and to consider the impact on the animals that are there, that share place there, like, you know, with People's Island, flying from there to People's Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Daniel Morrissey.
Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Daniel Morrissey. I'm Director of Sustainability at TAP, Troy Architecture Practice, and I will read and paraphrase our Executive Director, Mark Nelson's comments tonight. For a decade, this community worked to establish a forward-thinking comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance, one that holds environmental sustainability, residential livability, and economic growth in balance. Knowing the draft would be adopted, our council and ZBA awarded variances to this site, which are completely incongruous with the intent and the content of our new ordinance. We believe you will find sufficient information tonight and in comments submitted to reject this proposal outright. If more time is needed, the commission should table the review indefinitely. At the very least, the public should be allowed more time to evaluate the revised proposal alongside comments made by concerned neighbors and other stakeholders. The buildings themselves are not that objectionable. Where they will be built is the issue. This proposal is a square peg in a round hole. The puzzling irony of this project is that a square hole site perfectly suited for this project exists just blocks away, requires no zoning variances, and offers tremendous opportunity for community improvement that would be lauded by neighbors. It is my understanding that this same developer has an ownership interest in the old Price Chopper site, or is establishing one. Good urban planning requires imagining a better city. Imagine this proposal built on an entirely appropriate site. Imagine permanent conservation and public access to the river at this site. Imagine local residents and professionals praising a new project instead of protesting. Imagine that our hard-won and very expensive ordinances are adhered to. Then take action accordingly. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Rachel Carter.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Rachel Carter, and I reside at 1009 Second Avenue, which is adjacent to the 1011 parcel. After reviewing the plans that were submitted to the commission and to the public this week, I'd like to raise two concerns. My first concern is that the site plan, as Ms. Bennett mentioned, places a stormwater basin on a hill draining downward into my residence and is actually situated in the plans on top of our driveway. Given that 2 weeks after the last planning meeting in October, when this project was discussed, Mr. Vandenberg took it upon himself to place posted signs all along the southern end of 1011, facing inward at our property so that we would see them every day. It's hard not to imagine that the placement of this basin wasn't deliberate. Regardless of whether or not that's the case, the removal of the trees there and the placement of the collection basin doesn't make any sense. And this leads into my second concern, which is about the mismatch between these plans and the topography of the site. The parcel has highly variable slopes all throughout the terrain and many bedrock faces clearly visible from the road, the river, the towns of Schaghticoke and Waterford, and from all the neighboring properties. The terrain that is visible from around the parcel appears to consist of a significant amount of slate, chert, and other continuous bedrock. In the City Council's declaration of approval for this project,
It was stipulated that blasting and the use of explosives would not be part of the allowable construction process. However, given the bedrock and the terrain and the layout of these buildings, which include underground parking in their plans, I don't see how the developer could possibly build them without blasting.
Just have 2 minutes.
And if that is the case, and blasting is necessary, what are the legal implications of that, given that the city council didn't approve it? Will the developer need to get a new permit for that? Will the project go before the city council or the planning commission again? Will the public have the opportunity to comment on blasting before it happens? I think it would be a benefit for the public to understand how the land is going to be graded and the impact of that environmentally and to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alec Lind.
Good evening. Good evening. That work?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Yes, my name is Alec Lindman. I reside at 5 John Street in Waterford. And I'd like to start by bringing your attention to a psychological effect that's well known called the anchoring effect. And this is where the mind fixates on the initial form of something that is presented and discussed. And the developers are taking advantage of that here by presenting this outsized, large, insensitive proposal as their starting point, so they can then claim to make substantial reductions while the supposedly reduced thing is still in fact completely out of scale and inappropriate for the site. Just Bennett's point about the square peg site is entirely correct, that there's a perfect site envisioned in Troy's own comprehensive plan. And that's where this kind of development ought to be happening. We've heard a number of reasons why this site is exceptional. And in addition to all of those grounds that we've talked about before, the photos and map that I'm passing around from the survey of the trees on the site. And I'd like to draw your attention to some numbers on that. So using USDA Forest Service data for Rensselaer County, they surveyed about 11 million trees in the county, and they found no trees bigger than 35 inches in diameter. On this site, in a survey of about 200 trees, there are half a dozen that are 40 inches, between 35 and 40 inches. So 200 out of 10,000 trees on this site are of a size that basically doesn't exist anywhere else in the county. So this is really an exceptional site. And those trees have value not only in a sort of environmental and aesthetic sense, they actually contribute to the stated goals of all levels of government to reduce our impact on the climate. As described in the article linked in my email comments, large trees, mature forests, sequester more carbon per area per year than new forests do. So by leaving these trees in place, by prohibiting the cutting of any trees on this site, the Planning Commission can support the climate goals of the city and state and country.
Just about 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. And I also wanted to highlight the fact that in talking to folks around the neighborhood on both sides of the river, I have not encountered a single person who's in favor of this development. Everyone, when made aware of it, opposes it. This is really an exceptional site, and it would require exceptional grounds to justify development on this site. So I would urge the Planning Commission to respect the community input, the comprehensive plan. That was the developer's opportunity to say, we think there should be development here. He should have put those comments in the comprehensive plan. They're not in there because the community made a good decision that development should be concentrated where transit and density and disturbed sites already exist. And that's where this kind of development should be. This site should be protected from development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Carson Oliver.
Good evening. My name is Carson Oliver. I live at 240 11th Street. And I wanted to say that this project has made significant progress, but let's not forget that this project is still terrible where it is, and it's always been terrible where it is. As expressed in previous meetings, this looks like a Hampton Inn on the side of the highway anywhere in America. This is maybe just like a Hampton Inn Plus now. This is derived from low effort Google image searches and some changes to the computer model to reflect an architectural style that's nowhere in this part of the country and is disrespectful to the kind of heritage that's on this site. The city failed to act in the interest of the community when they supported this project and when they allowed for this site to be rezoned. And they'll continue to fail to act in the interests of the community if this project as it is now goes forward in development. We've been over the fact that the developer does have a legal right to develop their property, but the developer is also not a part of this community. The developer is not a part of Lansingburg, nor is he a part of Pleasantdale. If he was, he would care about the community and care about the impact of this project, and it's very clear that he does not. We've seen his other developments around Troy, so we know exactly what to expect as the final product of this kind of development. This project has been on the table for over 4 years now. It's on its second mayor, many iterations of the planning commission, and over 40 hours of negative public comment at this point. We're continuing on going on more. And I reflect previous comments that there's not a single person that has come up and spoken at any of these meetings that is in support of this project. As time goes on and this project continues, this is going to become more expensive for Starlight. It's going to become more expensive in revision and in planning. And so we're going to start to see potentially a decrease in effort from the developer to meet the concerns of the public and the concerns of the planning commission. So this is maybe even starting to seem like an exhaustive tactic, but I think that it's very clear here with our continued support, showing up at these meetings that we're not going to be exhausted, and we're going to continue to come here and we're going to continue to defend thousands of years of ecological and indigenous history and not allow it to be destroyed by the private interests of a greedy land developer.
Thank you very much. Next is, are these two meant to be together, Eric, or switched? There's an arrow.
To be switched.
Okay, it's Joan Rondo, or Joanne Rondo?
Good evening. My name is Joan Rondo. I live at 147 3rd Street, Waterford, New York. And I've lived there for 30 years. Prior to that, I was born and raised in Albany. Other people have said it better, so I'll make my thoughts brief. But I do see the eagles. They do have nests in the trees. They fly from the Troy side over to my side. I support keeping it a green space, making it a park, leaving it alone. Definitely, if he owns the rights to the Price Chopper, please develop that. And, do that, and then 10 years from now, if people think this should happen, let's think about it. But turning it into a green space for people to enjoy would be a much better idea. Noise, the river is very narrow up here. It's not as wide as Albany and even Troy. So the noise travels. And I can hear people just in their single family homes across the river. If they're having a gathering in their backyard, I actually hear them. And I'm sure they hear me. So 150 apartments, it's going to be much noisier. And then just the traffic. I mean, the roads don't support this. How are they going to get to 787? Where are they going to go? They're going to go across the bridge into Waterford and through Waterford? We can't support that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Janet, no?
Yeah, Janet Knoll, also from Waterford, across the river. And I submitted lengthy comments, in writing to the planning commission, as well as a number of drawings which analyze different things on the site. I'm not gonna repeat all that now. Lots of objections. Most of them have to do with things like the fact that site will be basically obliterated by excavation and fill. The archaeology, of course, the traffic, all of the things that other people have mentioned here. So, I will simply give you my conclusions, as I gave them in the notes. The site is unsuitable for the density, bulk, and configuration of the project as submitted. It will obliterate the natural attributes of the site, including its topography and tree cover, as well as significant archaeological resources. It will tower over the adjoining neighborhood and over the Hudson River. And it clearly does not meet the intent of a planned development project under the city zoning. It's just absolutely wrong. You can do some development on this site. There's a way to do it sensitively, and this is not it. And the Eagles, I see them all the time as well. It's an important place. It affects many, many people. And I continue to object to this. They have not responded to the planning commission's request for smaller buildings, and many other comments that you have already made in your diligent, I have to say, I compliment you on that, your diligent reviews of this project. Please don't stop doing that. We need you to be that body, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So everybody on my list, anyone else in person, please come up.
I'm on the Zoom. I would like to speak.
We have one more person here in the room, and then I'll go over to Zoom.
Thank you all for your patience this evening. My name is David Banks. I reside at 46 Bell Avenue in Troy, and I am also a lecturer in the Geography and Planning Department at University at Albany. It is, at least partially in my opinion, my professional opinion, that this constitutes spot zoning. I am aware that there might be some legal precedent where they agreed that this was not spot zoning, but I personally, as my professional opinion, this looks like literal, I would put this in a textbook for spot zoning. So first there's that. Second, I know all of these are 1 and 2 bedroom units. It's from my own research on the housing issues in Troy, we need family housing. This would not provide that. These are all 1, 2 bedrooms and studios, which is also out of character for these single family homes that are in the area, which I think also speaks to the possibility that this is spot zoning. Third, I want to reiterate the cultural insensitivity that the architectural mood board had, that and it's important to say that not only should you use the materials that would be close to who lived here thousands of years ago, but to also include them in the process of design and development, and that clearly hasn't been done, as many speakers have said before. I would also point to the fact that even the materials page, on the subsequent page, that pergola that is there is on sale at Lowe's for $1,300. That was also pulled as like a, like from a Google search result, which I think also speaks to the level of effort that this proposal has had when it was put forth. And I think that it stands as a nice contrast to the one that just happened before, the Taylor Apartments. There was a diorama, they went through something for a long time. This seems to stand in stark contrast to that. And finally,
just over 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And I guess just finally, this thing has been marred over and over and over again. I just reiterate that there's been no one speaking in favor of this, save for 2 people, and it was people that Kevin Vanderberg went to high school with. And if that's the only 2 people that you can get to say in favor of this, then that's a bad project. And we know that since they've already changed this once based on the very judicious recommendations of this body, as costs continue to rise in construction and labor costs, what will stop them from removing that $1,300 pergola at the top of the building to save costs as costs continue to rise? Right, so like, I don't believe it when they say that, you know, like this new development or this new design is going to stay there. I think that it's going to be value engineered back, and I would hope that this body would find ways to make sure that that doesn't happen if this, God forbid, were to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in person before we go to Zoom? Okay, moving over to Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature, and Eric will let me know.
I can't find the raised hand feature here, so
Sarah, Dodson, or-
I'm Monica Willett, and I'm the first.
Sorry, Sarah had her hand raised first.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Bachinger. I live in Round Lake, New York, and I'm co-founder of Friends of the Mohegantuk. I'll keep my statement brief as I outline several considerations and objections to these revised site plans in the letter that I submitted to the commission. That said, I would like to relay my utter disgust regarding the blatant disregard towards our Indigenous peoples by the developer and his team, and their outright lies consulting with tribal members regarding this project. The quote Indigenous mood board that was submitted with the site plans as a purported means of satiating the community's interest and concerns regarding the Indigenous history of this site is an outright insult, and the developer and his team should be ashamed. I work for an Indigenous-led nonprofit and reluctantly shared these images with my team, and to say that they were offended and appalled is the nicest way I can frame their reaction. A community member reached out to the tribal historian of the Stockbridge Munsee to gain further insight as to the correspondence between the developer and the federally recognized tribe connected with the site at 1011 2nd Avenue, only to find out that the tribe was unaware this project had progressed as far as it has, and who stated that they've had no contact with the developer.
You could move to the next point. Thank you.
Additionally, this community member also reached out to SHPO, who stated that they have not been contacted regarding this project as well, despite the claims that the developer stated this during the last meeting in October. I'd love to comment on how out of place this development is within the community, but I only have 3 minutes. So I asked the commission several things at this point. Will these new site plans, given a change in footprint of the land and its location over historically and culturally sensitive areas, and other changes to design and density, require a new seeker review? Can the commission request copies of correspondence between the developer and the tribal historian of the Stockbridge Munsee and SHPO to be shared on public record in an effort to hold accountable the developer to the most basic of considerations, obligations, and requirements that should be reflected in the site plans that they submit and any further development of this project moving forward? To conclude, Indigenous peoples across this country fight every day to protect land and water, not for just themselves and their community, but for all of us. When are we going to stand with them in the ways that we can in modern society? 1011 2nd Avenue serves as a perfect example of how this can be done within a community by holding the developer accountable, by considering site plans that create a minimum impact on historical and cultural and ecologically sensitive areas, through thoughtful designs that incorporate the requests of the Planning Commission and community that take into account surrounding environment, green strategies, and climate considerations, and actually including the input of Indigenous peoples within and around our community. I continue to thank the Planning Commission for your time, care, and thoughtful considerations during this project. It is truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Nicole, I think, or, sorry, I can't read that from here. Is that bottom?
It was Monica.
Monica, sorry. Better glasses.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, I have some notes. Everybody did a wonderful job ahead of me, so I can kind of buzz through these, but I'm 100% behind them.
Yeah,
we live. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, we live directly across the river in the Narrows. It's in Waterford, New York, and I can hear a pin drop. I think Joni mentioned it before, Joan Rondo. You know, if somebody sneezed, I could say, "God bless you," and they'd hear me and they'd say, "Thank you." Having these, was it 175 units is way too much, and actually one is way too much. you have a proposal that shows actually it's 4 stories and then 5, with underneath. And that would probably bring, I mean, including visitors, there's possibility of 1,000 people there at any one time. The Hannaford would be totally depleted of food. It makes no sense. I mean, from an economical standpoint, as far as the nature is concerned. The noise pollution is horrible. Did you know that the sound travels 4.5 times faster and 60 times farther in water than it does in air? So the EPA has a standard. I did contact them today, and they'll get back to me on that, because I'm not sure if there was a study done on that. In your conceptual plan, you show 100 balconies, 2 rooftop areas, a gazebo, and trails, and you're inviting outsiders. It's going to be chaos if it happens, which we're fighting very drastically to change. The Price Chopper is right there. It'd be great to have that. I think these same people own it. They start there. That's the place to go. The habitat of eagles. I see them. They land on my tree all the time and fish in the water. It just makes absolutely no sense. This is in the site plan. You say many of the trees were preserved. How do you quantify this? I mean, all right. So I'm kind of moving through my notes. Moreover, I could find no paragraph discussing the residential property managers. I mean, you have this listed as rentals, all these units, and who's going to manage it? We even have a security force in there. I'm sorry. In summary, this project must be stopped and reevaluated. Develop the Price Chopper for commercial use. And I even heard talk about putting a city hall there. I don't know about that, but keep the habitat natural, or maintain a park. Look at People's Island. They're proud of it over there. And you see deer and like that, and eagles.
Right at drainage.
Yes, and we don't have the infrastructure. It's a missed opportunity to have balance in an environmental plan and respecting the indigenous people. Come on.
All right,
Thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom? If you could, Monica, please mute.
Thank you.
Anyone else use the raise hand feature in Zoom? Okay. All right, so for now, I guess let's bring it to the commissioners. Or actually the applicant. Would the applicant like to address, any of the public comment they've received? Again, optional, just opening for you.
We'll address some of it. I'll try to keep it brief. I know it's late. I know we've heard a lot of this all before. Given the lack of decorum, I would like to address more, but I do so. I will like to know, as it's relatively egregious, that it was been commented that Mr. Vandenberg is not from Lansingburg, and he's actually been here his entire life and done more for this community than most of the young people combined in this room. So it's pretty atrocious, actually. They might want to look around.
Unbelievable statement.
Let's keep it orderly, people. You've all had a chance to speak.
There's a number of comments about things that I don't think we're really gonna get into, such as eagles, that's all addressed. There was one comment about trees. As most of you have been on this site, we did a site inspection. I don't know that all of you made it. But I think you will recall that some of the larger trees that are not dead or diseased, that need to be removed for safety concerns, are in this lower portion where you can see on the site plan, they've been retained. On the upper end, before you get down the slope there, is where you have a lot of these smaller, non-mature trees. Site grading, I mean, again, concept plan, full engineering plan, staff and Russ's office, and we've gone over them. We do not have an ownership interest in Price Chopper. You hear a lot about public comment and public opposition, as I'm sure this board is aware, and as I'm sure you deputy court counsel and court counsel can advise you. General public opposition to the project is not a reason to deny it. There's comments about Stockbridge Muncie and consulting with them. So first, I would like to note, we started consultation very early on. I believe it was either late 2020 or early 2021. We were told we were not doing so. We did so. We were also told we were not consulting with the right tribes. However, we did consult the Stockbridge Muncie PNLB state recognized tribe in this area. And I don't recall the exact date, but I believe it's from 21. They sent in a letter to the city itself, which is part of the application. Thanking for the consultation. They noted that they received the comments, they received the plan, they received the comments from the Friends of the Egantuck and the Scottsdale First Nations, and emphasized that they are the only ones who speak for themselves. The tribe also has been a part of the SHPO consultation. So to say otherwise is not accurate. They get everything that we submit to SHPO, they get a copy of format. It's all electronic. And it's my understanding they have been in contact with SHPO. And also to say that we have not consulted with SHPO is not accurate. The last correspondence we had from SHPO was asking for updated plans. However, we were in the midst of doing this, so we are not going to continue consultation with SHPO for a plan that we know is going to change. It's our own resources for the state. So to say that they're not being consulted is not accurate. They are mandated to be part of it. There's a lot of comments about essentially don't develop the site. Again, we have two attorneys from the city here, they can advise you as to what a taking means in the situation. But I think at this point, given it's late, we'll turn it over to
Thank you. There's only one comment I wanted to address directly. It was a procedural question about whether changes to the application would require reopening the seeker evaluation. And just for clarification, unless any of the quantifiable impacts were to be exceeded that were considered as part of the seeker evaluation, it would not reopen the seeker decision. So that being the traffic impacts being increased above those considered, the occupancy or, density of the site, the impervious space on the site, any of those kind of metrics that were considered as part of the seeker review, if they're reduced, do not merit or require that the seeker be reopened. So I just wanted to address that one for fellow commissioners in case that question stood out to anyone else. Otherwise, let's offer any feedback we can on the proposal. I think it's important to reiterate, we are at this stage reviewing the site plan. We are not reviewing environmental impacts. We do want to consider effects of the site plan arrangement on the surrounding environment, be it character, access, anything like that, in terms of the more abstract nature of environmental considerations. But we are not reviewing things like wildlife species, although we can talk about which trees we'd like to maintain, and if that potentially were a habitat, then maybe it serves a double function in discussing it from that angle, but just wanted to kind of provide some bumpers on the conversation.
Rodney, if you don't mind, could you also clarify a little bit about our procedure? Are we now officially back at a site plan conference?
We are still on the same action that we were at before. They've revised their plan. There were no meaningful increases, so it's still the same action. It's just revisions the same way that a building may change facade material. It is more substantial than that, but in this case, but it is still the same review action. that it was before.
I just want to give us,
Yes, site plan review.
okay, thank you.
But this is just how I understand, this is that they're looking for input on the conceptual revisions that they proposed. This is not the final site plan that we would be giving a thumbs up.
Correct. Okay, so I think that you've made a meaningful reduction here in the massing and scale of the development. I think there's still some fine tuning of this design, some details left. And we can get into that a little bit. I do want to hear other commissioner comments. I think that the form of the buildings makes more sense to me. The palette is certainly an improvement in my opinion. I would reiterate that some of the public comment that, especially in your inspiration board, it felt a bit token. Some of it I see in terms of a color palette carrying through to what actually ends up in your design. But in terms of like material choice, other than wood and a little bit of stone, I saw more of the stone, especially in your more refined renderings show up, and that popped a little bit better to me. I appreciated that. I would also kind of offer for reflection that there's no requirement or compulsion that this development do anything to echo the history of the site. And so any symbolic use or demonstration or interpretation that you're doing here, I think is noted. I appreciate that, and I get that what you're trying to do is, I guess I don't know the word for it, but you're trying to characterize some aspects of the site and carry it in terms of the design language. You know, I'll pause there and turn it over. Commissioners want to jump in? Should we go around the table? That seemed to work last time. We'll start at this end. Stephen.
Sure. So I have like a couple of comments. The first one being just in the materials submitted, some of the characterizations of our feedback, I think were not terribly well captured. There's nuance to the feedback that we were giving. I'm thinking most specifically about the density and the desire to have less density. Sure, but this is it's a contingency. There's a level of nuance that we're trying to understand. We're trying to balance the density writ large, but also minimizing impact. So I think there was a little bit of like nuance lost in that. So it felt like a bit of a misrepresentation of what we were trying to get across. And to that end, I mean, I think that the site, the mass, the intensity, it still seems out of context to me. You know, I want to acknowledge that this is a dramatic improvement from what we saw before. I still think there's a lot of room to grow along those same lines that have been improved. And I do also want to, in relation to the layout of the site, I thought that I want to acknowledge that there was a clear effort to preserve that very intense spot at loci of archaeological sites. Yeah. But then there's, you know, we kind of look at that Mackinton layered over this one. There's still a bit of a disconnect. I think that there could be a different arrangement to minimize that further. I want to again emphasize that this is a dramatic step forward, and I agree with Roddy about his comments and, you know, about the specifics of the architecture. I want to commend you for taking a lot of like heat, and I think that that's impressive. So thank you for standing up to that. And at the same time, I think there's more to be done. And then I think one of the notable things I think we should be highlighting is, you know, having that trail a bit more protected. I think is great. That's a very positive step forward. again, I would just love to see the reduction of the paved surfaces, the impervious surfaces reduced as much as possible. I also share the concerns, that several folks mentioned about the retaining ponds and how that works. And I know this is just conceptual, but just looking ahead. And I would also echo the concerns about the excavation only insofar as what, conceptually, how do we sort of understand that? I know we're not at the stage of engineering, but, as we're wrestling with concepts and how to understand them and how to evaluate them, how do we understand that we're going to avoid those blasting and those kinds of things? And I think I'll leave it there.
Because we've been at this for a while, I'm going to ask sort of the room. Do we have a tree survey? Have you performed a comprehensive tree survey, and is that something you could share with us?
I don't think we have like a detailed survey that says.
Performed by an arborist, for example.
No, what we have is the engineering team did some stuff while they were out on site, but I don't think we have like, there's 302 trees with each IM that have that level of specificity.
I just have 3 small questions / comments. The first is that given the extraordinary amount of land, I would really encourage you to move that detention basin from the south end of the site. I must say, I'm puzzled that, that the neighbor's car is on, your property. So that's something that probably has to get resolved, but that's a really minor issue, in the context of everything here. But, certainly staying away from that property line as much as possible just seems logical to me.
I mean, obviously, Brian, when we get to detailed engineering, be able to speak to it more, I think it's gonna have.
I can't hear you at
Oh,
all.
sorry. When they do detail engineering on it, I think it's gonna have to be, where it works engineering wise also. I think where we had some ponds last time we moved it around to try to keep more of the green space and the tree.
Your voice is fading again.
Sorry, I think we moved the pond around to avoid keep some of the green space and trees in the other parts of the site. And
Yeah.
the way the building is.
Let's try to keep some green space between you and the neighbors to the south. That's what I'm encouraging you to do. Introducing more paved surface for 5 or 6 parking spaces for a kayak launch, I would encourage you to just completely eliminate that.
So we have to have dedicated spaces in zoning ordinance.
Can you not create a cul-de-sac with parallel parking, perhaps? Think of another way, please, so that we can avoid having that little blob of asphalt. That's a huge chunk that could still be green.
Okay, we'll look at it. I mean, I think there's issues with sidewalk connection and everything. I think that's the intent of it, but we'll look at it.
And then I'm wondering if the path could connect on the northern, I guess it would be the northeastern corner of your site back on Second. So that we've got more of a loop. I realize we've got a terminus there with the kayak launch, but if it could circle back through the woods, I think that would be nice. Those are my comments.
Well, for me, this is twofold. There's 2 issues. There's the issue of whether or not it should be built at all. And then there's the issue of dealing with what has been presented as a building plan. So, last year, I don't remember if it was in the fall or in the summer, whenever it was, we got to walk the site. And it was, I mean, I grew up in the country, I've been around in woods and stuff, this was special. It was very special. I don't want to be corny about it, but I could feel the sacredness of it walking around. And I was like, why would anyone want to build here? The trees were beautiful, the topography, just all the bedrock showing and everything. It was just special. And knowing that it was special to the Native Americans thousands of years ago made me really, really, by the time we left, I didn't want to see anything happen to it. So I perfectly agree with those who would hope that something could be done somewhere else. And that idea that there is a program or something that can pay market price, I would ask that you investigate that or talk to the person who said that, because it would be great if it could be moved to the old Price Chopper site. That said, if I'm just dealing with the building itself, my first impression was, you know, as other people have said, really, you know, the Pueblo influence, that was not good. That has nothing to do with East Coast indigenous architecture, and I thought it was kind of pandering. I thought the design had too many colors this time, although I'm grateful that it's no longer blue. I felt that the wooden balconies were too strong and they were strange. I think black would be better. And every one of these balloon frame buildings, wherever you go, are basically all the same. And I think the best part of your building was the curved corner on one of the wings. The ones that always, the rest of them always just look like a hotel or a mall, and there's no getting away from that. And that's about it. I know you won't be happy with any of that, but that's what I think.
Sabine, I took the opportunity, as I think we discussed last October, to walk this property, and I think to say that it's special is almost an understatement. It is really, for anyone who loves the woods, you just get into the middle of it and you say, how good could this be and how wonderful it is. And when people say this should be a city park, I'm all for it, but I don't think that's our job to make that decision. I don't think we have any say in it. I think the question is, how does that almost emotional impact to the land impact my view of the building proposal that you have? And the answer is that given the nature of the land, I think that your structures, even though they are happily reduced and they're a better imagined product, are still too big, are still out of place, are still incompatible with the natural environment, what's on the river and what ought to be preserved. So I'm sort of stuck with that. I think having seen it, I would like less is better. If we can't have nothing, and this is less, so it's better, but it's not less enough. Dropping into one building would be a better one. I like the T building more than the long expanse that you see, even in your renderings, what it would look like from the river. I think that this is just such a huge project and a massive footprint with a density that's just totally opposite of what's there now. That's hard for me to envision that it could be good for the neighborhood and good for the city. That's what I wasn't a planning commission member when they voted on the CCAR.
It was city council.
Oh, city council. So this is the first time I'm reviewing it. I have walked the site. I live in the neighborhood. I tend to agree with most of the speakers. It's a shame that the city of Troy has decided to take one of the best sites in the whole city with the trees, the bald eagles, the Native American, just the riverfront. When we have so many buildings in Lansingburg, Troy, South Troy, empty lots, it's just one of the biggest mistakes I think Troy's ever made. It's just a shame. I couldn't even comment on the architecture. Like Barbara Nelson said, the architecture is really fine. I couldn't, in my conscience, ever support anything on this site. As a Trojan, as a commissioner, as an architect. So it's not the architecture. But that's beyond our pay scale. That goes to the mayor, city council. So the architecture, I do agree with you. Scale is nice, there's variety, there's.
Why don't you please speak into the microphone?
So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, I think we also would like to see a bit more detail on some of the amenities of the site. Something I took from some of the staff report as well. Whether it's a discussion of previously gazebo that I'm not seeing or maybe I'm missing in the site plan. Some more details about the sidewalk materials, lighting.
I think it's that small round dot behind the old building. Yeah, worked out in there.
Yeah, at the corner of this path.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd like to see what, some elevations of it, what kind of materials are you using for it? What does that look like?
Yeah, we're gonna have that all in the detail.
Okay, and then, further development of the sidewalk or the trail, what material choice, how are you lighting it? Are there benches along it? Is there any monument plan? Is there anything that, celebrates the history of the site or acknowledges and commemorates what was, I believe this was a quarry site? Is there something that discusses that, like a historical monument sign that you could work with either SHPO or somebody on?
Yeah, I think we did discuss that last time we were here. And as for the composition of the path, I can't remember. I don't know if Rick remembers. There might be something in the ordinance that it has to be paved, but I might have to check. But
I think we talked about sidewalk is what you were calling, as opposed to the trail itself. But it might be a mistake. Either way, I'm not seeing what details, but I get it. This is concept level. Site flow wise, especially if, you guys have looked at, I'd like to see the new traffic or parking TMP for this project. If anything has been revised, I haven't seen that. I'm not sure if that was in there. No. Yeah, I didn't see that. So I get you're really looking for just the site plan layout, how the building forms fit into the site. I think personally, I like the shape. I agree that T-shaped building is a bit more interesting and fits to me a little bit better than the long rectangular form. In general, though, I think you've done a good job kind of articulating facades a little bit more, the roof line. I like the exposed rafters. I understand not from your inspiration board's specific native items, but rather some of the more modern designs that seems to reflect from there. I actually like the wood tone selection for your balconies and the exposed rafters. I actually almost wonder if it would look nicer to have your entire cap line, entire cornice line be a wood tone. I suggest looking at that, seeing how it plays for you. I think that the refined renderings really sell this a lot better than what was in here, just in terms of the more flat designs or flat, colored views. So I'd like to see more of those. I agree also with the comment on geometry that the curved portion of the building is the strongest bit of design. That's my only other architectural comment, just to kind of bring this to a close here, is I find it to be a bit busy in terms of vertical lines and horizontal lines in your siding choice. I like the, I think it was called out as a chestnut, walnut, board and batten. I like that, and I like the color palette for the other more gray blue vinyl siding. It's for me really the white lap siding that clashes for some reason, or feels, I don't know, cheaper or inappropriate for it. Yeah. Those are kind of my rough architectural comments. I'm happy to see a lot of green space here. I agree too with Sarah about connecting the trail down to the north end and potentially getting rid of that parking space, just add a little bit of green back into the site. And also, could you please bring more detail about the kayak launch area, what that will look like? Some plan views, tighter, closer view of what that space is. Is it just a trail dead ending into a low elevation point? Or what does that look like? Is there a retaining wall plan so that you have a little bay to go into? Yeah. Those are my comments. I'm hoping that we can get through this project without going months and months and months, but it'll take the time it takes.
Roddy, may I add one more
Sure.
comment? I would really prefer to see the entire perimeter. I would like to see the entire property line touching dark green on this illustrated site plan. And so that if I'm on a public way, or I'm in somebody's backyard, or I'm in Waterford, there is always a tree between me and the building. Preserve that character. Even if it's one tree deep. There is no reason that the project shouldn't be able to be constructed. You've got 2 curb cuts. That should be the only interruption of trees.
And the water line.
Yeah, on
I don't understand that point.
those boundaries.
There's a water line and a meter pit right in front. That's owned by the city. That's the city.
Is that shown on the plan?
I don't think it's on this plan. It's on the detail. Yeah, it's on the state plan.
It's sort of there.
The grassy area. There is frontage that is grass.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that that's like one area.
I would also request the tree survey. I mean, I think for us to understand how these buildings fit against the tree line, that's important. And then in all the renderings that are isometric or the drone shots, it just feels a bit disingenuous to show the trees as like an impermeable thicket that it needs to be realistic. So yeah, I think your tree survey would help inform that. And another thing that seems to be integral to the character of the site is the topography. We keep hearing that in comments. So having the grading or survey showing or doing a better job within this specific view of showing some of those bedrock outcroppings and showing how this layout fits against those and how you're either gonna have to place fill over top to fill those spots, or you're not, you're avoiding things and threading the needle with the space, that would be helpful too. Yeah, those would be my requests for an extra view. Anything else?
Just the last comment that, the planned development district supposed to be, its purpose is allowing development matched to unique characteristics of a site or area, encourages innovative development techniques that might not otherwise be possible through our normal processes. And I think like maybe that's the like sentimental takeaway here is like, I don't feel like we're doing that. I don't feel like we're living up to that zoning.
That's the 2023 code. This planned development district was approved under the prior code.
Correct. And the language in this code covers that. So it's still, the point is, the force of that idea is still there.
I'm not sure, what was that interchange? Are you saying that there was something in the code that you just read that doesn't apply?
I believe what he's quoting is the 2023 code.
Yes,
not the prior code.
We're reviewing the site plan against the current zoning ordinance.
This
Correct.
PDD was approved under the prior PDD language, under the prior code, and for this
We're
code.
talking about the plan development district.
Yes,
As a-
and under this code, that prior planning district is grandfathered in.
And you're trying to speak to the nature of a site plan review in general? Or are you talking about specific to a planned development district, a PDD?
the PDD as defined in the current zoning. And I'll point you to 285-31 B4 that's talking about how the plan development, you know, the pre-existing district that was approved under the prior zoning shall continue to be permitted. Basically saying that it's grandfathered in. So in my understanding of that, yes, it's bound by that specifics. It does not challenge the meaning of that direction of what the point of a planned district is, which is all I'm speaking to.
And it was just a general sentiment about design development. in
Correct.
general. Not
Yes.
sure what part of it were you objecting to?
He was reading a definition. Yeah, the definition to a new planned development district, not the prior.
I'm not sure this is a point we should.
No, it was meant to be like,
Okay, happy to move on. Otherwise, I think we need a motion to table. When would you guys like to come back? Would you be ready for the next month's meeting?
Yeah, we would shoot for it, and then if we'll get the submission date, we'll let Eric know.
Okay,
Make sure we're done.
Eric, is that satisfactory? You're okay with it?
Just May 28th.
Yeah.
Okay, can I have a motion? David?
I have a concern that given the deadline for submission of materials, which is 13 days from now, that we cannot see significant development.
The engineering team has been working on detailed plans to try to get up.
Can we have a tree survey by then?
We will ask the engineer's office.
I can't hear you.
I said, we will ask the engineering office.
Okay. All I'm concerned about is coming back in the June meeting and to find minor developments and spending an hour and a half talking about it. So I would suggest that we be ready to table the presentation. I don't want to, but we should be ready to table it after a very cursory review if the development isn't there. Does that make sense?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, I make a motion that we table discussion of this proposal until the June Planning Commission meeting.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
It is getting late. I'm not sure what historically the commission has done after a certain point in the evening. Rick, is there a precedent for how to end? Is there a precedent for getting to a certain point time wise and then tabling items? Do we just keep going until whatever hour it is when it's done?
We have gone until 11 p.m.
I've gone till 11 for sure. But I mean, if it goes through that, if we're still talking about things at 1 a.m., are we stopping? Do we stop? Do we table an item? Are we doing this? Okay.
You have to adjourn,
Yeah.
you know, for the further date. Like,
Okay.
as long as you're, you do it fair here.
What if we haven't gotten to an agenda item? Okay. All right, PLPC 2024-0019 for Eddie's Lane.
Yes, good evening. I'm Nick Costa from Advanced Engineering, and we prepared documents. Yeah, we did those on.
Yes.
Thank you. So we prepared the documents that are in front of the commission, along with the architectural renderings that were prepared by an architect. This is a site that's off of the intersection of Oakwood Avenue and Eddy Lane. And it's situated in the northwest quadrant of that intersection. And it's a little bit less than 11 acres, it's 10.96 acres. It's a vacant site, and the applicant is proposing to develop the parcel with 12 buildings and 92 units. And along with the construction of the homes, the buildings, there will also be, yeah, thank you, Eric. Along with the development of the buildings, there will be development of a new road that would start close to the intersection of Eddy Lane and Oakwood. And then it would circulate around the buildings that are proposed. Along with the road, there would be infrastructure that would be constructed consisting of the sanitary sewer and water, public sanitary sewer and public water that would be provided to each one of the buildings. There would be catch basins and a close drainage system that would also pick up the drainage runoff and bring it to a stormwater management practice. That would discharge it towards the north of the site where there's a swale or ditch that traverses the site in easterly to westerly direction. And obviously it's late, that's pretty much the summary of the proposal. This is a concept review with the board, with the commission, and we'd like to hear your comments.
Before you get started, would you like to, do you have a USB for it? Would you like?
I don't.
Okay, so if you want me to bring up an image that you submitted, like rendering or
Yeah,
whatnot, just please let me know.
Yeah, no, if you don't mind, I'm sorry, Eric, if you could bring up the building elevations and just scroll through them. Yeah, there's
What's that one?
yeah, that one's a good one. Yeah, and front view of it, that's kind of a bird's eye view of it. And then this is a night view of it, of the proposed buildings. As you can see, the proposed buildings are have a variation in materials. There'd be sidewalks and also light poles that would be installed along the roadways, and all the parking would be along the roadway. If you scroll down there, that kind of shows the parallel parking that would be developed along both sides of the road, of the proposed road. Thanks.
Sure.
Rick has a question.
Porter, have you done a phase one yet? Environmental? We're working on the phase one, we're working on the geotechnical report, So all that's underway? Yes.
On the plan, what is the white square? Is that tennis court? Is that an amenity? What is that?
Yeah, okay, so that's
upper left.
yeah, dog park slash children play area. It's an amenity part of communities.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I was looking at a different view where
Yeah.
it wasn't labeled.
I have a question. How will this project impact Troy Housing, which is just down the road?
This would be a private project, private development.
Okay, but I mean, in the active construction and digging up the roads and stuff, what happens to them? Because that's the only way to get out of it.
Yeah, obviously there would be some construction there would have to be some construction, coordination with with the use of that road. But it would only be at the road, everything else happens on site. There's nothing, the construction happens on the site, it doesn't, doesn't happen along that road. The only thing that we're doing is connecting to that road.
Okay.
Is that balanced site, you know?
We don't
Still
know
doing all
that,
that,
yes,
but,
that's correct.
Could you talk a little bit about the parking situation? I think if I read your papers, you're gonna have 66 parking spaces for 92 apartments with 184 bedrooms. That
Yes.
seems to be, you're sort of like an isolated outpost. If you don't have a parking space there, you don't have a parking space.
Yeah, and we haven't completed the TD, so, we'll find out what that is. But the developer feels that the number of parking spaces provided, will be sufficient. This is also along a bus route. So
Where's the bus route?
Oakwood Ave.
There's a bus stop at the intersection of Penny Lane and Oakwood. I tried to find it online. And I didn't see it.
I thought there was.
I think that the closest bus stop is to climb down the hill through the apartments and down into Lansingburg and get one.
Okay.
So maybe you can check in.
Yeah.
Because if that's it,
Right.
that's a pretty,
No,
where
that's not
where
reasonable.
your skis in the winter.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's not reasonable. Totally understand. Thank you.
my initial reaction to this was that I felt like a lot of units for that loop, in particular, the inner loop feels crowded. But I'd like to see more space there, more green space, more night space for people. That was kind of the first thing that stood out to me. That was my big reaction from the others.
I mean, I think I'm going to synthesize sort of between the two of you that, yes, like, as laid out, I think these two concerns are incredibly pertinent. I think that there's a way to, looking at our like form-based code, at our architectural guidelines, at our comp plan, there's a way to do this that is a bit more pedestrian friendly, that does connect to you're not that far from Freer Park. There is the possibility of connecting down to the city through the housing authority site. So there are options and ways to make this more doable. I do share the concern about like just the sheer number, given that it is off of wood, that there is like that level of density on that side of things. But having said that, again, I do think there's a way to sort of square the circle here. If there's some thought put into how do people move around and in and out of this site, on things that are not cars, and how would they do that? What's the way that they would do that? What's the logical, path of least resistance, and how do we make that a positive experience for people, that they will want to do it, that they'll, and I would love to see I would love to see a minimal amount of parking. That would be great. But as Bill pointed out, like, it is a bit isolated. However, maybe if we are a little bit more creative about how we move people around in and off of this site, that we could potentially square that circle. And strucking of circles, just doing the loop itself, I'm not necessarily convinced that the loop is the right structure here, the right way to, especially if the intention is to give it to the city. I would love to see more than one point of ingress and egress, starting to begin to like have a bit of a block kind of pattern, city block kind of pattern, I think would enhance the ability to address a lot of these concerns.
Two means of ingress and egress would be great. The big issue is that, the topography is, going down 80 Lane really goes down, while the topography for this site kind of stays up. So there's a huge elevation difference.
And I'm totally sensitive to that. And, look, I'm not he's saying that I hadn't necessarily had the answers, but perhaps there's some way of creating some kind of grid-ish pattern that can connect into Eddie's Lane, maybe connect to Oakwood Avenue. Typically, I wouldn't want to see that, another driveway onto a major, onto like a collector like that, but given the site, it might be in order to help give the entire site a little bit of structure and shape.
May I? If I may be so bold, I would say that 5 buildings in the middle is too many. And ideally, there aren't any. But could you shift to the north? To the other side of your loop, leaving just 3 buildings in the middle? And forego the children's play area, because honestly, people living in these houses can just have play area. I mean, it's, Stephen, the whole city block idea, like, it's just not city here. Like, we're in Troy, but it does not feel like city. I actually think it's suburban, so let it be suburban. My kids play in their backyard and on the swing set that I set up for them. And then if they want to go next door to your swing set, because you're gonna have one too, like that's what this says to them. And so what I think would be really nice is, right, it's heavily wooded, leave a nice cluster of trees in the middle. So it really feels kind of fancy, right? I mean, these look like modest homes, but wouldn't it be amazing to have a backyard and then you look across your street and you've got beautiful trees and maybe your stormwater's there and you put flowers in it? It could be really idyllic for some families there. But cramming the houses in the middle, to me, is not doing it.
Okay,
Okay, those are my thoughts.
well, thank you.
I agree with Sarah completely. I think the curve is fine. It follows the topography. Most of the roads in this area are all curved, like semi-rural. But I do agree moving a couple of the units outside of the loop. And preserving as many of the trees. The north end. So is this wooded or is this the site now? Is it?
It's wood.
So your intention on that north part is to leave just woods or?
Does it? The north side after the stormwater management area?
Yes.
Yeah, that would remain undisturbed. That would all remain as it currently is.
And then architecturally, I think it's great. I think it looks like something from the 1920s. You hug the street, parallel park. You have variety, you have gable roofs, which are indigenous. It looks, to me, it looks pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the design is good. I like the variety, the barge boards and the tables and everything, and the colors and the materials. So kudos on that one.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll let the architect know that.
Okay.
That's my mind.
And you know me, I don't like anything.
Bill?
Jerry?
No, I had my say on the parking. I agree.
Use your mic, Bill.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm ready to take a nap.
Yeah.
You're not alone. I think I had my say on the parking. I would be concerned about the density. I like all the suggestions for reducing it, and the idea of having a center spot that's undisturbed is a perfect little neighborhood.
Right. Understood.
So there you go. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I am intrigued by the idea of putting a grid system there, just in the notion that the city may expand over decades and decades, and that may become less of a suburban part. I'm intrigued by it, but I also see what you're saying, that as it's presented now, of course, it reads completely different than a city area. I just think, what does it look like in that whole area 100 years, 70 years from now? And how does this fit in? Like, as the city developed, we have streets on a grid pattern that in their time were on the outskirts and were suburban, that now are just part of our orthogonal grid. I sketched something as to how it could fit, but it doesn't really fit to the topography of it. Yeah, I think these are good starting points. Architecturally, at first I'll say, when I first looked at this, it felt too busy, too clashy, too many colors, but it's definitely grown on me. Mostly the form of the buildings. I really like the roof lines. I like mix even of roofing materials. I like the board and batten. I think maybe color palette wise, I would personally do something different, but it's not my building, so.
It's so welcoming, isn't it?
It feels homey. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
We'd like to see all the rest of that engineering background though, and the TDMP will be a big one. And yeah, how it connects, how do people access it? Maybe some trails or something into the woods too.
Yeah, they're gonna remain there, so people are making their own trails, but I know what you're saying.
Shouldn't.
Just show some.
Okay, anything else? I know you're just on for sketch plan conference. Let me see here on staff. This is a type 1 action, so we will need to declare ourselves lead agency. Is it too soon procedurally at sketch plan conference for us to do so? For seeker? Okay. I will make a motion that we declare ourselves lead agent for the seeker review.
Second.
Thank you. Moving to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
As well as like the ESA, those would be helpful studies and things.
Yep.
Okay, and then that's it for now, I think, other than tabling. Is there a particular time frame for you to come back?
Yeah, no, I can tell you, I'm not as aggressive as those.
Our next month's meeting,
No, June is.
duration appreciates
June is
that.
not doable. You know, we do have quite a few studies to do, and some of the studies take time because there's testing that has to be done, so.
Would you be okay with us tabling indefinitely and you approach city staff?
If you don't mind, I would like to do July.
Okay.
And I would let Eric know if we're not able to make the
Sure.
date.
Okay, can I have a motion for, I'll make a motion that we table to the July planning commission meeting.
And I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick, if you wouldn't mind, when you have a chance to just please send me any affiliated or involved agencies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Have a good night. Next item is PLPC 2024-0021 for 1987 15th Street.
Hang on, that item was removed.
Oh, it was, okay.
Yeah, current, agenda.
Well, then we're not off the hook though. We still have the administrative item for the boardwalk, right?
Riverwalk, correct.
Okay, so anybody here for a particular item, boardwalk?
Yeah, here, you have any questions?
Oh, great. So I can't please the precinct around for non-specific item. Sure. So that's the last issue we have. If you wouldn't mind coming up, giving us a briefing on it. Thank you for your patience and determination to stick it through. So it's review of the Riverwalk project, and we're not specifically taking action on this. I think ultimately we will make a recommendation about it to, it's going to go to city council, correct? Correct.
What your advice is.
Appreciate it.
Do you have something to share, like PDF or anything like that? Otherwise, I have some documents up here that.
Yeah, it looks like you might have, I mean, I don't know if I can pass this around, I've got
Could you-
it digital.
You're welcome to pass it around if you get.
The city has.
Yeah.
Here, I'll share.
Were there any staff notes on this or no?
No staff.
Do you have this electronic one?
I do, just not on me tonight.
Great, if you could pass that along, that'd be fantastic, because it actually
Yeah.
answers some of the questions I was gonna ask.
Very sure, yeah, absolutely.
This. I think a lot of my questions
That's what
were,
I wanted to.
yeah, a lot of my questions were related to connecting, the connections that were not necessarily fully understandable with the ones that we had that are more defined in this version, so. A lot of my concerns were around connecting to Hoosick Street, connecting to, like, how are people going to access the Riverwalk itself? And it wasn't, there was like some allusions to things, but it wasn't fully spelled out, but here, it's here, so.
Yeah, you're looking at a snippet in the design plans.
Why don't we start with an overview of the project, if you would,
No,
its extents, when it's happening, anything like that.
Yeah, sure. My name is Kevin Hasselander. I'm a landscape architect and the project manager with Labella Associates. I was previously with Jason, who was acquired by Labella. This is a part of Troy's comprehensive plan project, 4 sites, which was originally known as the 5 sites project. And that came out of a CFA that was awarded, I think, in 2015. So this has been in the works for quite a few years. I believe the original concept came about in 2014. And the idea is, obviously, the city's waterfront, City of Troy has one of the best waterfronts in the capital district, if not in the state, as far as small cities go. And so I know you've developed Riverfront Park, also recently developed the trail behind Brown's Brewery, and obviously right here behind Headley. And so this project, the goal is to continue that trail northward and connect it all the way up to J Street, where Tapestry on the Hudson was developed, however many years ago that was. And there's actually a bit of the back of their parking garage that will extend the trail past their property. And then where it goes from there, that would be the next step for the city to look into. But in regards to this project, the sites are very challenging. Challenging in regards to it being private properties that we're traversing. So there are easements together. There's DOT right away under the bridge. And in addition, of course, a lot of these sites have been built up, and so we're limited in terms of space. And then, of course, steep slopes right down to the river. So the concept of a boardwalk came up pretty early on. There are talks about different types of boardwalks, you know, whether it was something that was going to be cantilevered out, or something that was going to be independent, you know, on its own, stand on its own 2 feet. And so this is where we landed. Just to give you a quick description, I'll read from, sorry, a little unprepared, I'll read from the narrative here. But basically, we're looking to create a multimodal recreational boardwalk and trail that runs from the terminus of the recently completed Riverwalk at Hutton Street, northward to J Street. The project is known as the Marina North Boardwalk, proposed to be constructed within about a 1.5 acre corridor, project area. And it runs parallel to the river and to River Street and perpendicular to the Feller City Bridge. The project area is composed of underutilized, steep and or undeveloped corridors along the backside of the existing sites. Improvements will include the extension of a concrete riverfront trail, picking up, you know, on the widths that were used for the Riverwalk behind Brown's Brewery. And then there are 2 concrete boardwalks that are currently proposed to be constructed on micropiles. We're looking at possibly using other types of piles, but I think micropiles would be the least disruptive, especially because these slopes have a lot of urban fill in them. So micropiles are going to be easier to construct. We've done geotechnical, the works, you know, a lot of different borings. So we know what we're getting into in terms of depth of bedrock. We've been working with one of our sub-consultants is Permatrack, and they design precast concrete boardwalks. And they do projects that I think they've done in the thousands of boardwalks across this country. So they very much know what they're doing. The boardwalks themselves are going to be constructed to be as flood-proof as they possibly can. And that's why we're going with concrete, not only for longevity, But, you know, of course, being in the floodway, that is something that is very important. It's a very significant amount of money, so we want to make sure this is going to withstand the test of time. And not only that, but of course, the micro piles themselves will be constructed in metal sleeves. I mean, there's all sorts of things that we're looking into, and some of that's in the details, and so that is still yet to be developed. In addition, of course, we're going to be going for a permit for the work under the bridge, which is with DOT. We've had conversations with Guy Tedesco. That was back when Steve Strikeman was here. So that's kind of been sorted out. So DOT is aware of the project. And then on the north side of the bridge, there is a section where there is no seawall. So we're coordinating with the agencies involved because we will be within the mean higher watermark, which does require a permit. So that shouldn't be a problem, and that's something we're currently undergoing, but we wanted to go through the secret process.
We have to go through court.
Sorry,
Court.
Army Corps, yes, correct, yep.
Section 10, section 404.
Yes, exactly, yep. And again, we have our environmental scientists working on that. It doesn't seem to be like it's gonna be an issue. So
Minimal impact.
exactly, but it's just part of the process, yeah, correct. Correct. So in addition to the boardwalks, you know, we're proposing, site furnishings, you know, some custom benches, bike racks, all sorts of things that you would like to see along the Riverwalk, trash receptacles. We're open to any and all input, whether from you guys, from the city. Of course, we've been working with the city, this whole time, but again, we're not done. Definitely open for input. There's signage. We've been working with Dylan Turek on, the sign. I know the city is looking at rebranding some of their signage. So we want to make sure that that's current when the time comes to install that. And then lighting, of course, and landscaping. And one of the things that did come up, I think, as part of this review or internal review, was security. So we will be incorporating security cameras, whether it's on the light poles or wherever is deemed necessary. So
Any sheeting proposed as part of this, or just the microfiles and then the supported superstructure?
just the microfiles and supported superstructure. And that's the 2 boardwalks. The original project was just 1 boardwalk, and now there's the second boardwalk to get behind McElligot's, you know, the second.
Did you encounter any conflicts with the Prince Rupert County interceptor line?
Nope, yeah, Randy and I were just talking about that before this meeting. Yeah, no, we're staying well outside of that easement. I mean, of course, we will be installing concrete sidewalk for grant, but the boardwalks themselves are outside of that. So I feel like that would be challenging to work on and through.
Is the plan to eventually go up to Inglesport, boat launch?
That's the goal. Yeah, there are some more challenges as you go further northward. But that is the ultimate goal. And there may be sections where we do need to go back to River Street and then back to the river, but more we can do along the river, better in my book.
Cool project.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. I spent the first 10 years of my career in New York City, so I was used to seeing a lot of, you know, riverfront development projects like these. But kind of amazing to see something like this happening in upstate New York.
Yeah.
It's exciting. And I will say too, the estimate that we did provide is very much an estimate. There's some big contingencies in there, and I don't know if you guys were purview to that cost estimate. But there were, I mean, it's gone through the DRI. It's being funded partially through the DRI. But there are some large contingencies because part of this will need to be constructed via barge, and that's basically going to be the microfiles. So that's where those contingencies come.
Yes, they'd be constrained on working the water dates and everything.
Correct, yes, yep. That's all part of what we're going through right now. Yeah. I know CD Perry is anxious to see this one go out to bid, amongst others, of course.
Why does this project modify anything under the bridge other than within its footprint? I noticed on the demo plans that it touches and does some demo work underneath the bridge.
Yeah, so that was, and this is maybe a little bit outside of my purview. I know Steve Strikeman had conversations with Guy Tedesco and with DOT. And that being a portion of this trail, you know, that the trail is going to need to traverse that section. And so the idea was that right now that what's there is basically falling into the river. Chazen, my old office, which was located right at Market Square, I'm sure you're familiar. And so every day we would step outside our office and just see this thing slip further and further into the river. And I'm not sure why the city decided to take that portion on. But we decided to the best of our abilities.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
this item or this review to me feels like a what's your wish list type of interaction. You know, what could we suggest if it's possible type question. I like I'll start off. I like the seating node. I would love to see more, if possible, of those along the length of it. I'm not sure whether it's budgetary constraint, topography constraint that allows for that or doesn't.
When you say seating node, do you mean the seating nodes on the boardwalk?
Yes.
Or under the bridge? Okay,
Yes,
yes.
it's just south of the bridge from what I'm seeing on your plan here.
Yep.
I'd like to see a couple of those. I think that'll constantly be occupied. People that all. Could you talk a little bit about the lighting on it?
Yeah.
Is there gonna be lighting? Did you talk about that? I'm sorry.
I just said that there would be lighting. Yeah, I can talk more detail. So we're proposing to use the same poles that were used in Riverfront Park and along the Riverwalk behind Browns, the taller poles. But in addition to that, that's for the groundwork. So anyway, that there's sidewalk and by the bridge. But for the actual boardwalk itself, we're proposing to use puck lighting in the handrails. And that will just give you a nice even wash, very discreet. It's the product that we're proposing to use is by Alphabet Lighting. And so it's ease of construction and the way that it goes in, you can't get it out unless you have a special tool. So you don't have to worry about vandalism. We can run conduit, within the railings. We have our electrical engineer working on that. So that way too, they're also higher up, in terms of, when drivers short, if there's a flood, things like that. Okay. So, and in addition to that, we're looking for benches, the custom benches that you see on those overlooks. Those are going to be lit underneath as well. There'll be strip lighting under those to kind of fill that area a little bit. So it's safe at night, get like a dark spot in the middle.
Yeah, and my comments about the seating node, it's really just that I want a few more places to sit along. It doesn't necessarily have to be another bump out, which I know would significantly increase the cost. Just a few more opportunities to sit along it, because I ride my bike down the length of the Riverwalk pretty frequently, and it's always, the spots that are there are always filled with people, so.
Yeah, it might be challenging in the corridor itself because we're limited on the width. And that's a budgetary and also, once you make that next step, then all of a sudden piles, everything goes up in cost.
I wonder if there might be a couple spaces on actually the land side to bump inward into the vegetative kind of strip with just a little bay for a bench.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can look at that. Yeah. 'Cause I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, especially.
The obvious thing on.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of them, look, if this is a true wish list thing, if there's any opportunity to put like a covered bench or two along the way, just to get out of the elements, whether it's sun or rain.
Sure.
Would be nice. Anyone else want to go?
I can jump in. I didn't have a ton of time to study that other document, but my concern still remains around like the connections, the transition, on Hutton, having that be a very inviting, welcoming, transition to go from what is there or coming from Hutton Street onto the Riverwalk. The placement of the connection like to the Marriott seems weird to me. Like there might be an opportunity to, I mean, look, I'm pro connections. I want more connections is sort of the bottom line, but thinking about like, what is the pedestrian circulation around the Marriott? There might be, I'm not as familiar even with exactly what that pattern is around the Marriott, but like there might be an opportunity to improve those connections there. And the same with the connection I mean, the one at J Street seems pretty good. But then there's the proposed senior living, and if there's seniors living there, having them take as few steps possible to get onto that boardwalk seems like a great idea. And then how does that interact with, the other development of 547 in the rock climbing gym? And along with that, how are we encouraging and or sending signals to people who are crossing the parking lots? You know, we want to make sure that we're encouraging people to walk where it makes sense and they're safe and they're seen. I obviously recognize that's, we're dealing with a lot of different property owners there, but like, perhaps a discussion that can be promulgated while you're in the coordinating phase. And then finally, I know that in the Hoosick Hillside study that there was a proposed trail underneath the bridge that would sort of dead end here. And I think I saw some sort of allusions to connections to something of that nature. Is that the intent, is to try to begin that process?
It is, yes,
Okay.
that not having seen those plans, but I know too that we also need to maintain access around those piers, for the bridge for DOT. So that's why we're kind of preserving that plaza space, if you will, there, and basically just trying to make improvements. The original concept proposed a wall lay over the riprap, but I think the riprap, it kind of solves the issue of it being under a bridge and being able to do much else there. So you're not gonna get growth or weed growth through the riprap or anything along those lines. And it makes for easier access to the sewer line, things of that nature.
And then my final point is just, especially with that city/DOT owned portion, making sure we think through what the like pedestrian circulation is going to be, providing crosswalks where it makes sense. And some thought about like how people are going to get on and off of the Riverwalk in a safe manner.
Absolutely, and that's one of the next things we are looking at is the signage, to your point. And again, we'll be working at with Dylan, so there might be certain elements that maybe don't show up on our construction plans, but that, you're hitting all the marks. So, all good questions.
I have a question.
And we can address those too.
Not at all. So,
You expect it to be, I guess I hadn't thought of it before, but I mean, it's going to have defined access points, or is it gonna be open completely, between, Hutton and Jay?
There will be defined access points on and off the boardwalks. And that'll be at, Hutton and Jay, and then just flanking, the bridge. Well, one will be just flanking the bridge, and then the other one will be just past the senior living. We're just proposed senior living. And that one I think is still the one that still has a little bit of ways to go. I know 547 and the rock climbing gym are much further along. So those we've been coordinating with Chris and with the Bettys and me. To make sure that.
what's the best drawing to look at for the full alignment?
So yeah, that we don't have a full rendering, but we did put together a full plan, and I can send that to Randy or you guys.
Is it in the stack already? We have
Might be.
49 pages.
The very last page is the one I'm looking at. It seems to have the most content.
Yeah.
The last page.
Yeah, I think the last page is the one that's.
Yes, we did include it in
Literally
the,
final page.
yeah, correct, that's right, I forgot it.
Was there any appetite, I'm spitballing here, just brainstorming, is there any appetite to ever have like vendor stalls along a boardwalk? You know, a snow cone, a lemonade, something, hot dog, whatever. Is there any appetite for that, even if it was completely unoccupied at first? And I'm curious what the other commissioners think of that. Maybe you guys are like, that's crazy, Roddy, you don't want trash and whatever going into the river.
That might be a question for the clerk's office, because I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure we could entertain that without somebody applying for a permit.
Well,
But if you make the space, they will come and then they can get the permit. But if there's no space for them to occupy it, they can never go there.
I mean, look, make the space as like some sort of like building, or simply like designate some food trucks stall.
Or that, yeah, I'm literally thinking tiny, like, right. you're not cooking up, you're probably not cooking on site, you're bringing something there and you're selling it, even if it's a news stand. Sure. Just something.
Well, that's.
Well, it seems to me that the best place would be then is under the bridge, but I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Is that whole area, I worked on that mural project.
Yeah, that's a big
I
help.
know that it's still undefined, that right there, but the boardwalk is, you know, you're not touching the retaining wall there. So I don't know if there's a way to get from the boardwalk over to the, you know, paved area under the bridge.
There is, I mean, you're basically looping around.
We're looping around.
Yeah, yep.
So that,
Sure.
I'm thinking like a 10 by 20 space or maybe 2 stalls, kind of nice.
I think along with food, we should have music and wire it from. Yeah, make it a real party.
Well, we were promised a movie theater amphitheater on the side of the rock gym, if you recall.
That's right. I mean, the marching plan did used to play under the bridge when we were at Flanagan Square. I remember that. I don't know which, it was the city, right? Schools.
Never saw that.
Yeah, those were one of the places they used to practice.
Yeah.
But that is an interesting point, because I think to that end, if that is something you guys were interested in, we would want to provide GFCI outlets. Or vendors say plug into it. So if that's something, and depending on where, we would want to place those strategically. And one last thing, lighting, we're gonna light those columns, because I think they're gorgeous. The murals under the bridge.
I particularly like the idea up here because there isn't really anything to serve anyone up here. At the other end of this, you have all of the commercial offerings of downtown. At this part, there's, I guess, in this building, there's the River Street Cafe or whatever it's called, market. But as you keep going up,
There's also the bargain block that's about to move in. You know, there's
groceries, food, and so.
and there's some residential buildings that have been renovated, or old factories into buildings. The Flanagan building will be residential, so we do expect to see probably a good use of this pedestrian walkway.
Maybe, is there any just thought towards signage that points people towards anything off of this, ushering them up towards bargain block or grocery, whatever it is.
Well, if they're not, it sounds like a good suggestion to me.
Wayfinding. Just trying to think outside the box here, but I want to take a
This is not outside the box. Lots and lots of garbage cans.
Yeah,
But that was, yes, we go back and forth on garbage cans, because I know DPW hates them sometimes, and, well, we can put whatever you guys want on the plans. I'm happy to have more garbage cans, yes. You guys do anything with recycling too? Are you interested at all in?
yes.
Okay.
Very.
Okay. Have you guys used Big Belly before, Big Belly receptacles? We just
Big Belly.
installed a few of them at Pocket Park in Cohoes. And basically it's self-compacting, so it helps, so you're not having to change it out over time. It's more cost, but it's something we could include as an alternate, possibly,
Love to see it.
Okay.
Agreed. That's all I got. Any comments on material choice? Concrete versus timber versus color selections, stone, I mean, we can make this thing the Rolls Royce.
Within budgetary reason, yes. It is, the railings are gonna match the railings. that
The
were
gold,
installed.
right? Solid gold?
Yes, exactly. Platinum, actually. They're gonna match the railings that were installed as part of the Riverwalk behind Roxbury, which again is the same railing that was, or takes cues from the railing in Riverfront Park. So it's all gonna have that same sort of synergy. Feel like it's one walk.
Well, I also like when you do variety, like the concrete and becomes wood, and depending on how it's structured, like the High Line, for example.
That's a great
They
example.
have
Yeah.
concrete, and they have wood, and they have plantings, they have, like you said, the fenders, they widen, they narrow,
So
benches. It's like a mini island.
Yeah, kind of in a lot of ways. And I wish we could plant the boardwalks, but can't cost, unfortunately. Yeah.
In the treads, just trying to brainstorm. opportunities for like murals in the tread are interesting to me. I don't know how that gets accomplished, but I'll tell you on the, was it State Street Garage here, when the stairwell was replaced, I had also had an idea for, their advertisement space or, public art space for signed into it, these clips on the structure to have detachable panels that could be removed, whether it was to advertise the farmer's market or businesses or shows or a space for people to come do street art, whatever it was. It just was something cool. I was actually inspired from Austin, Texas. They had a abandoned building foundation that ended up turning into a graffiti park. And it was just one of the highlights of the city to go see like the art installations there. So I don't know if there's a way to incorporate into the tread or the boardwalk space, something for murals. I feel like just throwing stuff against the wall here.
No, I mean, that's an excellent idea. The boardwalk treads themselves are precast, so they're set in place on concrete beams that are set on the piles. And I know they're gonna have a texture to them, you know, obviously for safety in the rain. And they're gonna be kind of like a dark gray color. But that's not to say you can do paint, chalk. One of the things I noticed, I'm trying to remember the name, Rosendale. I don't know if you're familiar with the Trestle Bridge in Rosendale. It's an old reclaimed railway bridge. And they have beautiful, I mean, it's basically just a bridge, but they have these beautiful railings. And within the railings, they actually they click on artwork, so that's another idea too.
I'd say sort of Warren kind of thing generated a bit of an idea that if there's some, you're kind of alluding to the idea behind the High Line, if there is some opportunity, some sort of design, interpretive signage or something to connect to the river, whether that's about, you know, the industrial history of it, the natural history, something, if there's any opportunity to like make that connection. It's late and my brain is too tired to like think of something, but.
I hear you, my eyes are getting a little squinty. No, that actually is, so on each of those overlooks, there are two interpretive signs, I think 24 by 36, maybe a little bigger, that are yet to be designed, but that'll be designed throughout the construction process, and we'll be sure to get input by the city.
Great, excellent, thank you.
As far as art, obviously you could coordinate with the art center, who don't have a public arts program, as you know.
Absolutely, yeah, no,
Because they always have grants, and they're always looking for projects.
I know Liz
So
well.
we know them.
Yeah, we worked on Franklin Alley
It's a
together,
perfect
so,
example, because then you can get some of their funding.
yeah, absolutely. And that might be a project that comes, you know, later, yeah, exactly.
You'll have this like meeting recorded. I didn't note all these suggestions down. I don't know how that's started out. Okay.
Yeah, and I've got, thank you, yeah, I've got a lot of them, I'm pretty good at, I get home and I just write when they come in, so I appreciate that.
We'll
Yeah,
try to capture it all good in a letter of recommendation. I don't think we see this agenda item again, right? It's not gonna come back, so.
would you guys, does this need to go through, do you need to declare lead agency? Is this?
We are not.
That's not
involved
through,
on
okay,
this.
gotcha. So I wasn't sure. I had just talked to Randy briefly before I came here, so.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback.
Roddy, I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, that's a great suggestion. Anyone? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.